Hello, happy Friday. Good morning. Or whatever time it is for you. For me, currently it is 6:30. It's early, boy. Always early. Hello. Feel like I just heard you on Doc stream. Oh man. I can't wait to play that game on stream. Haven't played that yet. Played Machine Party with Doc and friends. Doc Cheebs and Epic yesterday. Dude, it was so much fun. So much fun. Guys, if you are curious, if you do exclamation point drops, it will give you the information. Obviously, you can see on the screen, they don't start for 20-ish minutes, but it is a black cap. The closest we'll get to our own cosmetic. All right, let me check this real quick. We should be good. I'll literally just leave that countdown on for this screen and the next one. And then hopefully by the time we go to switch over to games, well, it'll be here. But good to see you, friends. Miss Dangerously, thank you so much for the gifted. Ice Storm, thank you for the 18. Para, thank you for the 5. Hello. Oxley, thank you for the 7. Jess, thank you for the 4. Oh my God. Love the old Tanglewood on there. Nah, there's just no point in fixing it. There's no point in going to the animator and being like, hey, I want to update it with the new Tanglewood. There's no point. I might as well just leave it alone. Leave it alone. You prefer the old Tanglewood for the new? That's fair. I don't. I definitely prefer the new Tanglewood to the old. The old one is boring. The old one is a nothing burger. Comparably in character to the new one. Nah, no thanks. Thanks for being my alarm. I got you, soldier. Love the new Willow. I do too. I do too. I'm doing well. How are we doing, friends? Good to see you guys. I know. It starts in like 20 minutes. Now, because they are drops and it's not an update, it should basically just at 7 a.m. Eastern start. Did you just turn off the AI training on your stream? Yep. Certainly did. Although I'll tell you, I did see somebody post about that and they said, yeah, I'm leaving mine on because they stream some weird stuff. I thought that was kind of funny. Got any coffee left over? Certainly do. Can you have some? No, it's mine. Not for you. How do I feel about that whole thing? I think it's a disaster. Yeah. I think it's an absolute PR disaster. And the fact that their comments on it, oh, if you guys missed it, I mean, you just go anywhere on Twitter and you guys will find it. Their comment about the whole, well, why do you guys not just let us opt into it? Why do we have to opt out? Their comment was because then nobody would opt in. If nobody would want to use a product you're trying to push or a setting that you want people to use, everybody doesn't want it. Why the fuck would you do it? Yeah. And then they were also asked for the main Twitch stream, would they have it on? And they said no. So, yeah, It's very interesting. Juju, thank you so much for the subs, friend. Thank you, thank you. Chaos, thank you for the biddies. But yeah, that's just listen, you do you do whatever it is that you want to do. If you don't care that it's on and it doesn't bother you, then do your thing, man. Your stream is your stream. But no, thank you. Someone's paying them for it. I think there's some back end shit that we don't know about. Not against AI. I'm not against AI either when it's used in certain ways. But using, look at freaking bats. But when using every single user on your platform to train AI, generative AI. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, they expect it. Yeah. Exactly. I'm good, friend. Good to see you guys. Latarsha, thank you for the biddies. Hello. Hello. Oh, 17 minutes, friends. We got lots of time. What did we get from drops? It is a black kinetic publishing hat. Like I said, it is probably the closest we're going to get to me having my own cosmetic. Has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me at all. But I can pretend like it does. That's a lovely mug. Thank you. I got that from my wife. It's from Hershey Pack. What type of Faz is going on today? That's a great question because I'm thinking of prestiging. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Flash publishing. Oh my God. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want a character. I just want a little, like a little black hat in the corner somewhere. Like maybe like you find that cosmetic like on the map somewhere, and when you pick it up, you unlock it. You know, not connected to Twitch drops, not connected to this. It literally in game you find it and it's just yours. Ray, thank you for the subs. What's up, homie? Where'd you get the coffee mug from? Hershey Park. I got it from Hershey Park. We're like hour and a half away from Hershey, probably. We don't get very often, but when we were there, got our mug. We have too many mugs now. Cursed object hat and glasses. Oh, like the comical like glasses and like mustache like you find together in like the one little single piece. Yeah, we could do that. It'd be sick. Every map had something like that. That would be really cool. Well, I thought about that because I thought about like the way they did it with Alan Wake. With the Alan Wake event, they had it where when we found a little trinket that became an unlockable thing that you wore on your badge. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, if that's a thing, why can't we do that with like cosmetics? I don't know. That'd be cool. Did you see the big walk? I have seen that. I've been very hesitant to play it. I don't know. I was excited for it at first, and then I watched gameplay, and I'm like, I don't know. Azzy, thank you so much for the 5 subs, homie. Thank you. Notification came through the live, and I was like, damn, he's early. I know, because I know. Used to live like 45 minutes from it. Oh, nice. Very nice. Use the curse object should unlock cosmetics. Yeah, I think that having different things around the map where it is something that you use to unlock something, I think could be cool. Something as simple as using a cursed possession could be cool. But then, I don't know, having ones that are a little bit more in depth, kind of like the Easter eggs that we have at like Nell's and the one we have at Point Hope, like that kind of stuff. Like we unlock the ID cards. It'd be cool to unlock a cosmetic by doing something like that. Yeah. So Holtz, thank you so much for the 5 subs, man. Oh my God. Relentless, Fluffy, thank you guys for the biddies. I have an amazing coffee mug that keeps it warm. You mean like one of the electronic ones that you like put onto the plate, the saucer that's like plugged in? Other Easter egg cosmetics would be awesome. Yeah, I know that we're not getting Easter eggs, any new Easter eggs. Sorry, I'm like keep itching my nose because like allergies. I know we're not getting other Easter eggs really until they have new maps. Yeah. Eastern time. I'm on the East Coast. Yeah. Hence the Hershey Pack tag. I'm an hour from Hershey. I don't go enough, but want to get all the Reese's. Oh my God. I wonder if we'll get Krampus horns for Christmas this year. I don't know. Great question. I'm also curious what we're going to get for Halloween and stuff. Will I play Phasmo? Probably. Yeah. Is Evo only gets to level 80 before the update, so I can torment my friends new to Phasmo by having them use the tier 3 to start with them to force the tier 1 and then show them that each ghost type fight finally force them into an APOC 3 run and then it'll fail just to show them the end goal. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, dude. Should play Phas? Nah, it's kind of weird, but I'll think about it. Thought you're going to play Peak? Listen, if you missed us playing Peak, I had one of the most epic saves ever playing that game. I swears to it. I swears to it. Okay. We are opening the game now, though. Drop start in like 13 minutes. We might be able to get like one run in before the drop start. We'll see. I can't with the manual. I can't with the manual censor words. Why the fuck not? I joined the Peak stream right as it ended. Oh man. We got to play the new biomes. So that was super cool. That was cool. Do I have this on my main screen? Oh crap. Hey, this is the drop you can earn. Soon. Soon. Whoops. Didn't realize that was still on. No, I did not do the secret ending. No, no, no. I know what you're talking about, though. I know what you're talking about. There we go. There we go. What was your favorite video you've ever done? I have no idea. I don't think there's one particular video that I think, man, that is the best video that I've ever made. Very difficult to say. When does the new drop start? I don't know. Can't read. Make bigger. Roger that. Here, I'll just leave it this size and put it in the corner. There we go. Nobody puts the drop in the corner. What's it say? My whole Twitch side on the left is my follow streams on the fast train. Wait, what? Oh, everybody is. Yeah. Assumably so. Yeah. I don't have my glasses. I can't hear it. I should make it so it counts down for us out loud. So that way everybody knows. I think your video of the Ure shutting the door multiple times before you entered the house was oh, thank you, Golden. I appreciate that. Yeah, watch time is going to be 2 hours for the drop, by the way, friends. Just so you guys know. Dream, thank you so much for the gifted to Lesser Diamond. Thank you guys so much for the hype train this morning. Appreciate you. The one person playing Grain Rod. Hey, you don't talk about my dock like that. All right, let me get things prepped over on the tube side, so that is also ready to go. That way, if anybody wants to have the stream up on their TVs, that is one of the main purposes. That definitely helps. What time is it there? Do exclamation point time. It'll always show my local time. All right. Want to earn the new chest drop. Just making sure that all the information is up to date, and then maybe we can sneak in a quick. I mean, really, we're just biding time until it starts. Did you finish the all div? No, I did not. No, 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 no. Will I do it again? Probably yes. Okay. That is good. In the massage. Good deal. Let's go over here. Go over Chaw. All right. Drop start in 9 minutes. Okay. You literally have to do nothing else extra to start earning them. If you're logged in to Twitch, you're going to start earning them as long as you're watching a Phasmo stream for 2 hours. And then at that point, if you look at the drops message that's coming up, you guys can see the drops, how to check your progress, and also if there's any info, stuff like that. Can we also join? No, because when you went to go type into my chat, it literally told you that we're not doing viewer games and then not to ask to play. I got you. Can watch today because I'm traveling. Oh, you're good, Eric. Have a good one, man. Starting to think today's not my day for Ghost. He's currently sitting at 0-2. Just one more. One more and you'll be fine. Just one more. One more, you'll be Gucci. All right. Why can't I see the messages? Let me close. Hold on. Let me close the chat. Let me try that again. Why, oh, why can I not see the messages? Interesting. Skillless Gamer, thank you for this. There we go. Fixed it. There we go. Want to come by and say hello. Have a great stream. Thank you, friend. Have a good day. Whatever time it is for you. Thank you. Thank you. Skill. Excuse me. You followed like 30 seconds ago, dude. Love the Galaxy Quest theme. It's a must. He's a must. All right. That is good. That is good. That is good. Drop start in 7 minutes. All right. Let's go ahead and get going with some games, man. Will you stream tonight too, sir? I will indeed. So I'm going to stream this morning. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell? I'm going to stream this morning and then probably end right around lunch, if not before lunch. And then I will stream tonight. What the hell? Doing a little test run here. Walk around the lobby, see what the hell's going on. I was watching a streamer. I said hi. I said hi, then their streamer name. I got banned for no reason. Been watching them for 2 months. I don't know what I did wrong. I mean, if you got banned for doing nothing, then it sounds like you're better off. Maybe that's just, you know, maybe that's just my opinion. Playing tonight, Phaz. No, we'll play. We were planning to play Phaz tonight anyway. I just was unsure if I was going to be streaming this morning. That was really the main thing. Yeah. If you care enough about that community in that stream, you could always like try to go into their Discord and put like a ticket in, or you could message them and just be like, hey, I'm just curious what I did wrong. And then if they come back and they're like, listen, we don't like you, get out of here. Then you're just like, all right, well, F that guy. Yeah. Never Phaz, not ever. No, 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 never, never. Is the drop a subscription thing? No. No, it's a watch time thing. There is some sort of like a subscription thing going on right now. I don't know what it is with Twitch. So if you see that in your chat, that's what that is. It's I don't even know what the hell that's connected to. It's you can earn 2 months for something, and then you can earn like a badge that I think is a pair of underwear. It's for Audible. There we go. Yeah. So that is not connected to Phaz or Kinetic in any way. That's different. So there's multiple things happening. There's watch time stuff happening. There's sub stuff happening. Yes. Yeah. Said it was a drop. Thank you. Of course. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do a nightmare game. By the time we get into this, it will be basically game time. And you guys logged in are already going to start earning. So you'll be good to go. Also cat theme badges too. There we go. Look at that. Did I see a Joey in here? What's up, dude? Something was sent out as a push noti. Ah, got you. Many stuffs and things. Hey, Mr. 420. Yeah. Many stuff and things. Gotta keep an eye on stuff and figure out why the lobby was feeling laggy. That was weird. All right. Do you guys want to vote where I go? I wonder how you get the cat card. If you're talking about the card that was like this, it was a Twitch drop that's already gone. Yeah, it's already gone. Yeah. All right, hold on. Oh, where did you go? No, no, no. There. Bounced it. Okay. You guys decide. All right. 1 through 14. 1 through 14. Where do you want me to go? We're going to start off with a nice casual nightmare game. Yep. Vote counts once. 1 through 14 in chat. I'll give you guys like 60 seconds and then we'll go in. I'll keep you guys posted in the next few minutes. Well, actually, no. You guys need to keep me posted. If you see all of a sudden you start earning the drop, let me know. It shouldn't happen for another like 4 or 5 minutes. So we'll see. Hey, what's up, Flock? Didn't get the noti? No, you're good, man. Don't worry about it. The ones that the Twitch sends out are usually very delayed. For some reason. Usually very delayed. All right. I know I said 60 seconds. I lied. Nell's Dinah. All right. Let's go to Nell's. Nell's is honestly one that I don't do enough. I need to play Nell's more often. Oh, there we go. Guilted, thank you for the bitties. All right. Let us go to Nell's. Oh no. Wait, I might have to change. We've arrived. Checked it. I forgot that I changed night vision. I changed night vision for the weekly and all that stuff, or for not for the weekly, for gosh dang it, when I was playing with somebody last so we could see. I totally forgot about that. It was, I think I was playing with Break. Yeah. One sub equals enchanted big boy boxers. I think so. I don't know. Yeah, we didn't do that. That was just something they did. Madison, thank you for the 5 subs, man. Thank you. Our drops up? I don't think so. Unless I'm crazy, my timer in the bottom is showing you whenever it's going to be 7 a.m. Eastern time when they should begin. So unless something changes, I don't think so. Oh, let's see. I like using tier 2 salt because I don't like slowing down the ghost. Headgear, I like tier 2 because I don't want to stare at night vision. I'll leave the crucifix tier 3. I normally use lower, but we'll try that. All right. That is better. Better. All right. To Nels. Hey, what's up, mermaid? We play several maps for the badges still. I think I only have Nels and Tangle. Ooh, that just means you have something to earn, which is even better. Even better. Back from Florida. Welcome back, man. Welcome back. Welcome back. Shit. We might as well wait in the truck for a minute. Make sure they start. Make sure to put mustard on the pan. You piece of sh... Failed to add. Oh, it's probably because it ran out of slots. I'm going to have to go through and double check and remove and all that jazz. French Toast, good to see you. Hello. My least favorite map is High School. Yeah, if you guys missed it, though, they are going to be releasing restricted versions of a few of the maps. High School, Prison, and Point Hope. 3 of the least played maps for sure, just based on size. Point Hope, because of size and because of vertical hunting, which can really suck. I'm interested to see if they give us any kind of stats on the restricted versions. We'll see. Is there a ghost behind you? No, you're seeing stuff. Good morning, Carrie. Hello, friend. It's going to be too much clutter? What is? They need to organize. Organize what? All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the drops countdown because the timer is up. I don't know if they're live or not. You guys are going to have to keep me posted. All the maps coming in. The restricted maps are going to be too cluttered? It's literally the same maps, just sectioned off. What do you mean it's going to be too cluttered? Drops have started. Sweet. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, friends. All right. There we go. It's live. Progress is going up. Thank you, Brody. Loverly. All right, let's mute the music so that we can go into the game. All right, drops are on, friends. Watch for 2 hours, and you guys can earn the exclusive Kinetic Publishing hat cosmetic. Get in the drop. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. We don't like a new hat. You don't have to do anything for it. You just watch. You don't even have to watch. You can just pull the stream up and walk away. Last time I played high school, it took me 30 minutes to find out where the ghost was. And when I finally did it, hunted, it killed me. Well, have you thought about not letting it kill you? Just enjoy the soothing sounds. Just enjoy the soothing. Okay, let's go. First game in. Let's see. Kim Lavender's Ghost Event, Repel, and Capture a Video. The update that's happening. Well, don't mind if I do. The update that is happening this month is happening on the 25th. Rigged? No, you just got to get better. How do I get paid to stream? I want to do what you do. If your goal is to stream to make money, I mean, hot take, you're not going to succeed. If your goal for streaming is to stream to make money and you are not going into it with the thought of enjoying it, you're going to treat it like a job and you're going to hate it. You're going to hate it. There's going to be days that you're going to hit that go live button and you're going to despise doing it. Yeah. You should not be streaming to make money. You should be streaming because you enjoy what streaming is and the interactiveness that it brings with it. Making money or trying to make money from it down the road is a different story. That's totally different. Mr. Crow, hello, sir. How are you? Oh my God. Dub, thank you for the 35 months, man. And Carter, I see you, dude. Thank you. I see the red in the background. Oh, this always. Look at this. Oh, you mean my background. I was going to say this, we always think Blood Moon here. Always think Blood Moon. Yeah. I try streaming, but I got the personality of a potato. You don't know. If it's something you're interested in, the best part about it is that to really get going with a stream, it doesn't take a lot. It just takes the courage to hit go live, which I think Ludwig was the one, I think, that put out some statistics on that. Like the amount of people that hit go live for the second time is so freaking low. Some people like potatoes. See, that is one of the best ways to look at it. You might think, well, I don't know if people are going to like, but how do you know unless you try? And then if you try and it doesn't work, at least you tried. You can be a potato all you want. Is Phas your favorite game? Not of all time. Definitely my favorite game to play now. Yeah. All right. Well, we know Ghosty is there based on orbs, so we're just getting all the evidence in there so we can figure out what the second piece is. It's Nightmare, so we're only going to get 2. We're not going to get 3. Medium rare burger? Medium rare burger? What the hell? What the? What other games? Whatever games my friends want to play, honestly. That's Rocket League? No. It is only Rocket League once a year for 1 hour. We know how we do that here. Unless it's a Mamake. I just don't... Medium rare burger. It's interesting. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was like, Ghosty's gone? No. I think it's trying to fulfill your request for your burger. All right, let's put this here for now. I'm gonna put this here because the camera's that way. Yeah. I can put it the other way so we have 2 different directions, but I'll go get more stuff. Just hiding behind the counter? Yeah. Could be a Banshee again, like the games with break. Why would it be? What does that have anything to do with anything? Play the new update for Water Park Sim. I haven't done that yet. It's been quite a long time since I have checked out Water Park Sim. Might have to give it a look. Can I do APOC? Probably not. No, it's not usually my bag. I do it occasionally, not super often though. Who lives in a... Okay. So the drops are just a hat. Yes. Is there something different you would like it to be? Perhaps a full suit of armor. APOC isn't that fun to... It's fine. Like, there's people that do it religiously, and they're really awesome at it. But watching someone do it at 50 speed is rough. Suit of armor and a sword. Okay. I'll tell DK. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Far from there.
Where are you?
The far reach.
Are you near?
Down far from there.
Where are you?
It's far and
Are you here? Where art thou? It doesn't like Old English. All right. Okay, so we've got Orbeez, we've got Spirit Box, Diane, Kormos, Mare, Onryo, Yokai, and we need to make sure we don't have freezing. We'll see. It's a Yokai? Hard to say. Let's get a smooge. Let's get this. Let's get this. And while we're at it, let's actually do one of these. A colorful hair option would be great. I'm hoping that that is going to be a part of whenever they do the player character stuff. I hope that that's one of the additions. I sure hope so. Ghost, we are ready for your close-up. Wait, did something just pop up in the camera? Oh, get out. I knew I had tarot cards because of being over here. No. No Cosmic Cola for you. Stop it. Did you enjoy playing Machine Party? I did. That was so much fun. Yeah, I can't wait to play again, man. Oh, no. I didn't want to take the photo. Oh, no. It's not funny. Yeah, this is Nightmare. Yeah. Ghosty. Have they ever mentioned a Phas 2? Well, they haven't released the full version of Phas 1, so I feel like a Phas 2 would probably be not something that they bring up anytime soon. But I have not heard them mention anything about wanting to do another version of this game. Shit, I don't think we've heard about them wanting to do another game. Like, we haven't heard anything. Where are you?
Get away.
Excuse... Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Where are you?
The far reach.
Thank you. You butthole. Getting random jitters, man. Getting random jitters. Gotta figure out why that is. We will see. Hype for the new models? I am too. I is too. I do have a smudge on me, so let's go look for the bone real quick. We know we have tarot cards, unfortunately. Mimic freezing temps? Could be. We'll get back over there and we'll check the temps here in a minute. Have I always played horror? No. No. The first 2 years of streaming, I was mainly a Rocket League streamer. Notice it was jittery for you yesterday? Pull tarot? You pull tarot. Nothing yet. Did they say there was a new map? No. Did somebody tell you there was a new map? Oh, Thunder Jam. Were you as successful when you streamed Rocket League? what would you consider as successful? I think that's very subjective because having 5 viewers could be successful for somebody. So again, very, very subjective. All right, let's do... Well, I can't capture video of you if you don't show up, you butthole. Bring in another crucifix, another... and bring one of these. Let's go. I need to check freezing too. Crap. What's up, Elo? Good to see you. Bell, thank you for the 13 months. Tier 2. Thank you, man. And Aerobic, thank you for the 4 months. Thank y'all for the follows. Welcome in. Dub, hello. Ever played Half-Life or Portal? Half-Life, I never really did. Portal, yes. Did you turn off my power, you ate? Oh, no, you didn't. Okay, we're fine. Did I call the ghost a... No, butthole. I did not call it a bubble. Mr. Wahats, I see you, dude. What's up, homie? Oh, it's playing with the squirty cream. Actually, let's move this down a little bit. Hey! Speaking of squirty cream, I don't... Wait. Oh, it's the one that's out here. Oh. Is it? I can't. You're so far. I hate it here. I hate it here. All right, that's fine. Oh, there it is. I'm losing my mind on the floor. I know. I'm sorry. And she's being all kinds of active now. All right, fire extinguisher, ghost orbs. Okay. Hey, hey. Your rewards section? My rewards section? Hello, madam. Oh, my Lanta? All right, got a smudge. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here. Because she's now being all kinds of active. All kinds of active. Where you used coins. What error is it giving you? If you were to have breakfast at Nell's, what would be on the bill? And cheese, for sure. And cheese. She wants to order. Hey, Bricks. Pass out, we're lurking. Dude, be safe, please. Be safe, please. All right. Well, I could potentially draw tarot cards if I need to, I suppose. Biscuits and gravy. Oh, that sounds delish. Did I do the Easter egg for this map? Yeah. 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 Maybe once or twice. And cheese would soothe the soul. Is the drop? Yes, cosmetic urn. Ghost, I need you to show up again, please. Hello. All right, I'm gonna go get a motion sensor. I need to get that anyway, it's fine. There we go. Is there only Easter eggs for Nels and Point Hope? They're the only ones that you can earn Easter, like, they're the only ones you can do Easter eggs for where you can earn ID cards. And the reason for that is because they're new maps. They're not reworked maps. That's why. Can I show the drop after this? Yep. There you go. All right, let's bring motion sensor. Motion sensor, salt. Let's do the things. Drop Bear, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, man. Welcome in, welcome in. What sucks? We need to figure out where the ghosty is. It's being a butthole. Oh, no. You son of a bitch. Oh, she farted on us. All right, I need 3 photos and 2 videos. You can smell it? Schmelly schmell. Okay. These are not going off. What? 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 Oh, that's from the event. Oh, okay, never mind. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die. I wasn't paying attention. I already had that video. No, ma'am. Don't touch me, please. I totally forgot I didn't have a smudge, and I'm literally just worried about the media. Oh, wow. It's so quiet. Oh, it was a die-in.
Welcome back.
It was a
I've
die-in.
prepared some jobs for you.
Whoops. I should have been focused way more on safety first. The die-in was manifested. Whoops. What gave away the die-in? The speed. It was not normal speed. Without line of sight, that thing was fast. She didn't get her mustard pancakes. That's right. Listen, it's like 7 in the morning. Give me a break. That is true. You know what? I did not play Dusty's Trail. That probably had everything to do with it. Ah, bastards. That's okay. How's the neck? Very touched. You want to claim she's a paid out? Yes. Yes, Mr. Watts, maybe I do. Do I mind if people turn on the stream and leave to get drops? Well, how would I know if they are there earning it by talking or not? I wouldn't know. Yeah. Well, if I have a day where like I'm trying to earn a drop for something and I can't sit there and just watch, I'm not like letting them know like, hey, by the way, I'm not actually watching. I'm just here. No, there's no need to do that. You can just lurk away, man. You're good. All's well. Well, they don't have to do lurk. Lurk, that is just a command to let me know that you're lurking. There's no like collection of lurkers. It's not like a big pool of lurking that it's like, okay, this is everybody that's lurking right now. Let's wait and see when they come back. Yeah, no, absolutely not. All right, let's try again. Gosh. Drops is available till Monday. Yeah. So you have this weekend. So it's a shorter drop than usual. It's not an entire week. It's literally just this weekend. So you have a couple of days. But it's 2 hours watching any Phasmo stream, and it has already begun. It has been underway for like 20 minutes. Yeah. Radiant, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, thank you for being here, friend. Thank you all for the follows. Great to have you. Welcome. All right, well, that went great. Maybe we should do random. Actually, you know what? No, I lie. We should go to Willow. I think Willow sounds great. We need a better warm-up better warm-up round than Nels. Do I have Sunny Meadow Survival? Yes. I have all of them. Yes. We're going to see Floyd. We're going to see the cat house. We're going to see the entire thing. That's right. Let's go.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Need a cup of coffee? Yeah, that's what I'm working on. I'll probably work on my second round here soon.
Whoever was here,
I'll probably work on the second one here soon. All right.
but be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
Before we do the things, I do owe this. So let's do this first. Do I know Cooper? I do. They are also a Kinetic partner. I does. Bleasdale? I love it. Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite. That's probably my favorite medium map. Yeah, Bleasdale's great. I'm not, I'm not biased because my dog's face is on a plate or anything, but I'm just saying it's a great map. Yeah. Played for a while. I just can't differentiate an Oni when they aren't side to side. What? I'm so confused. Reptar, hello, welcome in. Yeah, if we get gross soda this early, that might be an IOU. That might be an IOU. You're not a fan of Point Hope Restricted? It sounds weird. So you'd rather go all the way to the top of Point Hope than play a Point Hope Restricted version? I am all for a restricted version. 100%. Do I steal things from places I investigate? Only if it's in my hand and I forget to drop it. Yeah. My tummy can't take it. No, I don't know about this early, man. Yeah, I don't know about this early. Call Point Nope. I know most people don't want to play it because I think 90% of the time we get the ghost all the way at the top. No thanks. Have I heard anything about any Phasmo drops? I have. Hey, Amber, good morning. All right. So drops are happening right now. Point Hope is one of your favorite looking maps. I think we've said it a million times, but Point Hope, each floor looks awesome. I love the look of Point Hope. It's just when you're actively playing it, the vertical hunting going up and down to go get stuff all the way at the top is woof. Not fun. Merch, absolutely. Done and done. All right. Give me a second, friends. We're going to do a merch giveaway. I just have to go to the store and get it. Another thing with the top floor, Ghost on Point Hope. Just a map. That's what I'm saying. It's especially if you're a solo player, going all the way to the top and back down again is rough. It is a long, long, long walk. Yeah, a dumbwaiter would love a dumbwaiter. Would love it. That's one of my biggest asks for that map is to get a little elevator in the middle that you can put stuff in that takes it to the top. If the power goes out in the midst of it going to the top, then you've got to get the power back on. I think that'd be great. Jan X, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you guys for the follows. Reckless, Sarah, hello. What's up, Leo? Cork. Can't stand it sometimes. Me either. Me either. A backpack could be cool. I don't know if they've ever like tested that. I would be interested to hear if they've actually gone through a process of like, okay, well, we tried to do a backpack to see what it would be like, and it was just too easy. I don't know. I don't know what they've done, how intensive it's been. Pretty easy to lose the ghost. That's not even a matter of losing it. It's a matter of just getting all the stuff up and down. That's the biggest thing. So I'm excited for Restricted Point Hope as well. Samesies. All right, friends, exclamation point enter, and you could win some free merch. It could be cooler for larger maps. I have to agree with that. It could be. Potentially. Exclamation point enter. And you could stay hydrated if you have the liquid to put inside of said container. Could be level 10 prestige. You know what would happen? If they locked it behind a higher prestige, people would complain so hard. People would complain so hard. Oh, so now they're just catering to the people that play all the time. Yeah. I mean, inevitably, there's always something to complain about. Always. But you're trying to please the masses. You're trying to please the majority of people, to be fair. So when I think of things that I'm like, man, it'd be cool if the game had this. Yeah, I might be speaking from a place of somebody that's played for a long time, but I also try to think of things that maybe are for new players that have just started. So yeah, it's hard to say, man. Mattis, enjoy the merch, dude. Enjoy the moich. All right. So I try to think of it from all perspectives. If that's one thing I've learned in my life, it's it's trying to see through the lens of other people. So not only thinking, well, this one demographic, one person, this is the way this should be. No, looking through different lenses, trying to understand maybe why someone is thinking a certain way. Yeah. Backpack could be good multiplayer, like access your own or other. Oh yeah. Again, see, we're really getting into the thick of it though. At that point, I don't know. Can't differentiate the Oni blinks aside from when I see them next to a normal ghost in YouTube videos. Get a rough feeling that they're more visible, but I don't really get it easily. Experience. The more that you play the game, the more experience you get, the easier it's going to be for you to be able to tell that they're Oni blinks. Honestly, that's one of the best ways to do it, because it's similar with like the twins. Like, you understand the twin speed a lot more when you've been playing the game a lot more. Are you getting early access to the restricted maps? Probably. I think more than likely. I don't know if I have a definitive yes or no. So I'll keep you guys posted. I think that's why, like, even in some of the posts that I put out, I said I'm probably going to have early access, but I'm not 100% certain about that. So we'll see. There's ads coming. Do you guys want me to go ahead and run them now before we go into the map? If you guys aren't subbed, if you don't have Twitch Turbo, I don't want you guys getting smacked with ads that literally the second we walk in. Yes, please. Okay. Yeah, this is usually the way I do it here. If you're new here, I am one of the ones that tries to run the ads if I can outside of the map, because we're in a very comfortable place in a game where we can do this outside without having to worry about it. You know what I mean? Get them out of the way. Let's do it. All right. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way you guys don't get pre-rolls if you're new here. So if you're not subbed, you don't have Turbo, we are literally going to sit right here and just keep chatting away until the ads are done. And then we'll go inside and start hunting. Groovy? Groovy. Do the things. What up, Shoot 'em? Shoot 'em, Lucy. How are you? Dorky, awesome guy. Thank you for the raid. What's up, dude? Oh my God. Wasn't aware there's a new drop. Yeah. Make sure you're following their socials. So make sure you're following the Phas socials. Make sure that you are following Kinetic and also in their Discord, if you want to stay updated on all the things. Yeah. Can you ask a question? Probably better just to ask. Yeah. Dorky, good to see you. How's it going? Sea Turtle, hello. I watch other content creators for Phas. I can consistently return to you. Doing awesome. Oh, I appreciate that, Rob. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you watch others too, because there's a lot of really great creators. Yeah, gotta love it, man. Streaming tonight as well? Yes. Yeah, I'll stream this morning until I don't know when. We'll see. And then I'm gonna work for the rest of the evening, and then tonight, normal stream time. Yeah. Dorky, I'm good. How are you? I didn't get an ad. What the F? You can go to YouTube and look up like a short little like I don't know how long, like minute long ad, and by the time you're done, you come back, we should be good. Yeah. Look up like, I don't know, ads about Hot Pockets or something. You'll be good. Roar, someone good. Playing Grain Route with Doc again? Yes. For sure. Will do. Now we're talking. Watch Baron 2. The videos of Doc are brilliant. Keep them coming. I'm sure Doc would appreciate that. Doc is one funny man. Same, I have a few I'll watch, but always get, oh, Curse of the Lamb, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot. I love checking out creator. I love just browsing Twitch, YouTube, whatever it is, just to check out different creators, people that I already enjoy, or I'm trying to meet others. Yeah. Earn a hat for watching for 2 hours. That is correct. I can't show you on this screen, or else I would pop it up on there. But when I go to the other one, I'll show you. Yeah, there's a Kinetic Publishing hat you can earn by just watching Twitch for 2 hours. That's all you got to do. That's it. Moon Whisperer, thank you for the 6 months. You missed Lean Pockets. They had better flavors than the regular Hot Pockets. I don't know if I really ever got into Lean Pockets. I don't know. Have I ever seen a ghost hunt from the summoning circle in Sunny Meadows? I have. Yeah. Funnel Runners was another game you played that looks fun. We'll be playing a lot more of it. Yeah. That's There's definitely going to be a lot more of that for sure. Surprise drops from Kinetic. I mean, we kind of, well, like, I'd say we kind of knew in a way that it was coming. Banana, banana, banana. Just go Funnel Runners and watch the ads on the TV. Oh yeah, you can do that too. Oh yeah, if you got Funnel Runners, they have ads that run on the TVs around the houses. Yeah. Will a ghost hit the cruci twice? Will a ghost bite a crucifix twice? Yes. Are you excited for the new other side ghost tomorrow? I have to get back into that game at some point. I've only played so much of it, but I definitely want to play more of that one too. They've been putting a lot of it's been a labor of love for the other side devs. They've been doing a lot. What's up, King? Good to see you. My favorite map is Willow. Willow for sure. All right, somebody was asking. Here, I'll show you real quick. There you go. Introducing the Telesnack 3000. Steamed crispy fries. Wi-Fi download a burrito. Oh my God. There's the ad. I like it. Thank you, Mr. Wahats. Beautiful. Old or new? New. New. Willow has been my favorite map ever since they released Willow. The new Willow is better than the old Willow. The new Tanglewood is better than the old Tanglewood. I understand people are comfortable with what they used to know. Trust me, I am somebody that has an entire room full of like VHS tapes. But like, I'm sorry, it has so much more character. It is such a better play than the old, stale, generic cookie cutter maps. So much better. Lit the circle, didn't know it was hunting at the time of the light, did the burn instead of the hunt. Circle, my friend, never knew that would happen. Yeah. Yep, it certainly does. How long are we streaming today? A few hours this morning for sure. We'll be streaming for a while this morning, and then tonight I'll be streaming again. Yeah. Do you know if they'll come out with a badge for prison and brownstone at all? I would assume only after they redo those maps. I don't think they're going to do them for maps that they did not create. Did not create as in they got the license for the map. They didn't create it from scratch. So like all the reworks they created from scratch. But you have like Ridgeview and Edgefield and Prison and High School. Like all those maps. Those are puzzle pieces. They put them together. Could live in Willow. Willow could be a good live. That could be good. Wonder if they're going to slip a new ghost in. I sure as hell hope not. I sure as hell hope not. You see how many ghosts we have? I don't think we need more. We're good here. There's 30 ghosts. No need for more. No need. Matus, enjoy the merch, friend. Enjoy the glass. I love that one. You shouldn't dishwash. You shouldn't put those in the dishwasher. I do every time. And it's totally fine. You need a second page. I don't want a second page. See, again, you think about the new player experience. Like trying to learn over 30 ghosts. That's insane, man. That's insane. Too much. Too much. They're going to... I guarantee that they are going to rework Ridgeview. They have already stated that they're going to be doing Edgefield in December. So Ridgeview and the brand new map are going to be next year. We don't know when. You heard a dev say 35 ghosts on InSim stream. Until you see it actually like in writing somewhere inside of either Trello or something else, it's hearsay. You could hear anything from a dev from another stream of like, oh, this could be cool. It doesn't mean anything. It's a nothing burger. Yep. That's my opinion. Whenever I hear somebody say, well, they said, that doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah. See you, Lynn. Have a good one. Are they going to redo the high school? I'm surprised that they're going to do a restricted version. I'm assuming the reason that they're doing the restricted versions, and obviously the high school needs to just go. It needs to hit the bricks. I assume the reason they're doing that is so that way it gives some variety to gameplay that doesn't take a ton of work on their end to be like, here's another option. So keep what we have, give you another option to play that map and get used to it a little bit without having to play the entire damn thing. Yeah. I think it was CJ that said there was a possibility of 30. Okay. Saying there's a, like, Right. There's a possibility of 35 ghosts if you get every combination type. That does not mean, hey, we are going to add 5 more ghosts. Yeah. Got to make sure that what you hear is what you hear, not what you think you heard about what the stuff you heard that somebody said that you heard. Yeah. All right. Justin Dyer. Witness a ghost event. Capture a photo. Capture a video. And sunny outside. Let's go. Hey, J-Mox. Good to see you. What? You'll have to rewind the stream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Crazy. Thank you for the gifted sub, man. Crazy. Bringing out a new evidence type? Not necessary. That's not needed. That's definitely not needed. Lady, thank you for the prime. Retro, thank you for the biddies. Hey. Oh my God. I gotta like blow my nose or something. Oh my. Allergies have been going hammer sandwich. Oh, boner. Do you think it would be more fun if they changed all the ghost traits? More fun than what? Ghosty. Hey, Mama Bear. Good to see you. Different animations when you die. I think that that's something that's going to be in the works. It'll probably be closer to whenever they do full release, but I believe that that is going to be something they do. It's a little colder. Nothing too crazy, though. Fleener, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you for the follows. Bro, this game is going ham. Stop lagging on me. The context behind that convo was CJ mentioning with the current build of Phas that they only have so much they can do with Ghosts. So it just doesn't make sense to add more at the moment, but they do have potential plans for future. Okay. Potential plans for future. Right. Maybe it is here. I mean, wow. It is taking a hot minute to get cold. Okay, let's go. Kitchen? I didn't notice it in the kitchen. Let's go. Silent, thank you for the biddies. Purple, thank you for the 8 months. What I missed? Nothing, man. You didn't miss nothing. Hold, please. All you missed was Jeffrey Bezos. Don't you worry about it. What do you think about a ladder in game? Bro, this isn't Minecraft. Like, what are we doing? What Rust? Like, you want to build a base? Like, what do you mean? A ladder for what? What does this look like? Hold, please. My nose is so dry, it's starting to run. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm going to put the music on. Give me BRB. Sorry. I had like an 11 moment. Oh, I'm just sitting here. Then all of a sudden I'm like, what the hell? It's like, I know it's dry down here, but damn. Quiet, he's back. What do you mean? What do you mean quiet, he's back, by the way? Funny. Did I sneeze a lot? No. No. Nose started to run. You're holding hands? Okay. That's very nice. Rachy, thank you for the 5 subs. Fallen, thank you for the prime. Taz, thank you for the 5 months. Fishy Buns, thank you. Did you catch it? I must have thought too much about the game. All right. Anyway, we're back. 10%. Well, I don't normally have nosebleeds. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like my son does frequently. But like all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'm like, what the hell? Can phantoms appear solid during ghost events? That I'm aware of? Yes. Yeah, I don't, well, like for the phantom for events, I don't think that what I meant to say was I don't think that there's a certain event that they favor. Get them all the time unless I'm proactive. Oh, man, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know. Disaster Kitty, thank you so much for the subs, man. Thank you. Yeah, out of nowhere. So all of a sudden, if you see me go like that and I'm like, oh, give me a second, it's got to be the weather. All right. Ghosty has probably gone on, moved on to another house at this point. Yeah. Tips for the weekly. If you want to do, if you want to get it over quickly, parabolic microphone and make use of those cursed possessions. Hey, it's not a mare. What are you doing back there, you butthole? Hey, no, don't touch me. No. Here, back off, homie. All right, I saw breath in the bathroom. I'm fairly certain of it. Sounds like my life. Oh, the nosebleeds out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't get them much at all ever. Yeah. So we know for a fact that we do not have a Cormos because Cormos cannot do a chasing ghost event. Also, we know that it can't be a mare because it turned on the light switch. I take a sanity, ask the board where the ghost is. One of the easiest way, or use the mirror if you are really good at recognizing the different areas. Yeah, using a mirror is good too. Photo camera's pointing down today because of a glitch, so I couldn't take photos. Make sure to report it. What the hell's happening with the lights? Yeah, if you're experiencing bugs in the game, make sure to report them. The more that we report stuff, the more likely they are to fix it. Getting better at using the mirror. Nice. Nice. Amber, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you, guys. Thank you, man. I got coffee. Let's go. All right, I don't see anything happening. Let's bring this. Let's bring this. Is the ghost being able to throw the camera off the tripod and do things? I think it's a bug. Because when the ghost, if you have like a tier 3 tripod and the ghost throws the camera off of it, you can still make the camera turn on the ground. I don't think that that's supposed to happen. Again, stop chasing me. Get out of here, Grandpa. No, I don't want none. All right, now walk in that as you walk back. Thank you. Oh, look. Footsies. Bro, why are you so mad? Who farted in your coffee? Good Lord. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Are you angry? Why'd you crap in the tub? No manners? Didn't even say please first? Is he moving? He might be moving. Yeah, I've got to figure out, like, my game has been randomly, like, having lag spikes recently, and I don't know if that's a me issue or not. I'm gonna have to double check. I'm pretty sure I've updated everything. I think so. I think so. No, I'm paranoid that my nose is running. Paranoid. I have UV and that's it so far. Is this an update? No. No, I've been getting it like recently. Recently I've been seeing it more and I don't know why. Like that, like randomly in the truck. And it could be me, it could be OBS. Like I have multiple things that are running right now, so it might not be the game's fault. Console still having video crashes. Hopefully they fix it soon. I can only hope, man. I can only hope. Was my lags because of... No, it's still happening. Hey. Park ball, run! Dodged it. All right, Ghosty. What are you hiding? So, no writing. We're not getting freezing yet. I say yet because it's literally right there. Jesus. Tips to remove whitehead on nose. I don't... Google copy paste? What? Freezing. Ultraviolet. I didn't see any Orbeez, so no Mimic. Jinn, Demon, or Hauntu. Jinn, Demon, or Hauntu. You know, it hasn't... It has not kicked the power yet. So paranoid about my nose. Has anyone gifted 200 tier 1 subs or 40 tier 3? I don't know what the highest I've ever been gifted at one time is. I don't know the answer to that question. And 40 tier 3s? I don't think so. Am I going to vote for Streamer of the Year? Probably. I don't know. I don't even know who's up for the running. I don't even know who's even going to be the different peeps. No idea. Where's Doc? Probably either at his job or at his house, I would assume. I'm not 100% about that, but I'm fairly certain. Fairly certain of it. Where are we dropping? Your mom's house. She wouldn't mind, would she? God damn it. Keep going inside. Guess the Jinn because the power's still on. That's my guess too. Bone was... Yeah, Bone was down here. Rude? Why is that rude? Are we not allowed to drop at their mom's house? I'm sorry, would you rather us drop at your dad's? Making pistachio, white chocolate, look at that. Making cookies for us and everything. Hell yeah. That's service. Oh my God. Oh my God. So many. Holy crap. Maybe mama don't want to be any part of what's going on here. Well, they need to tell their kid to get their shit together or else they're going to have to be a part of what's going on here. Ever thought about that? Come get your boy. Oh my God. And stay out, I guess. Damn. Ghosty's looking for cookies? All I had to do was ask. Holy crap! I know! I don't want it! No, please! Oh my God. Neon, thank you for the subs. God, my game started to lag. I don't know how to stop this. It keeps randomly lagging and it's so annoying. Oh my God. Like I can see, yeah, it's definitely my PC. Something's happening. So we just need to make it through the day and then I'll restart everything for later. Good Lord. Neon, that game. Neon, thank you for the subs, friend. Good to see you. Hi, caramba. Ghost woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Yeah, something like that. We're really feeling like it's a Jinn though. Oh, the message drops. No. As long as the stream is still live, it's still in the Phas category. It doesn't matter if I had 1 frame a second, you would still be fine. Funny YouTube while hunting Funnel Runner gameplay for the past 2 weeks. Been in the background noise for bedtime viewing. I learned so much about Phas from the videos. Thank you for the entertainment of the last go. The amazing work, Toxic Mermaid. I'm glad you found me through Fun Runners. That game is great, man. That game is freaking awesome. This house isn't haunted. It's literally just kids slamming doors, fingerprints on everything. All the lights are left on. I don't even know. Honestly, I really should just be worried about objectives and Ghosty and not worry about perfect game. No, I have 1 PC. I don't do a 2 PC setup. No. A toddler's house, exactly. Galactic, thank you for the 6 months. All right. We have all the smudges. All of them. Every last damn one. What are the odds we're close enough to Ghosty that we could get an EMF on the breaker? Look at that, like as I'm walking around. Come on, man. All right. Well, they made this one stick far enough that I can't get this to stay up there. You can do it. I'm not convinced I can. Oh. Hopefully you could jump a little bit. What if I spam spacebar? Maybe that'll work. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh. Hold on. Let's use the door. Let's use the door as part of the balance. We can do this. The Ghosty's not near the breaker, so like it should leave this door alone. Oh my God. Go up over top, you piece of crap. I hear you. Shut up. Same on Tangle. Yeah, the way that they've set this up, it's difficult now. God damn it. Clip the struggle. You're the struggle. No. Oh, we're so close. It's fine. It's giving Ghosty a chance to trip the breaker. The second that I get this up here, it's gonna trip the breaker. The second I get this up here. I hate it here so much. What if I... Okay, just making sure. What if I... Hold on. jam it on in there. Easy peasy, dude. Easy peasy. Wow, I was walking and I couldn't stop myself. Man, I gotta figure out what's going on. That's one way to do it. Well, that'll do it. Kinetic partner skills. Now the hard part. I wonder if I can hear the EMF through the floor. If I hear a muffled EMF going off, this will tell me it's a djinn using its ability. Or it can fart on us like a sick bastard. I don't know if I'll hear it or not, but we're gonna try. Hey! Listen, you can't take the life of the equipment. No, it is staying there. Absolutely not. Thank you, that one hunted ghost. Hello, child. Oh, sorry, the entire party's here. Oh, hello. Hey, how are you? Just keep her. I had the door open for a reason. To get air in here. But no, they showed back up. I really would like it. If this is a djinn. Whole fam. No, Iz isn't down here yet. I should be close enough that it could use its ability, right? No, unfortunately, you can't hear the EMF through the parabolic. Unfortunately. God damn it. Angie, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follows, friends. Trinity, thank you for the 5 months. Well, we don't know if I can hear it through the floor or not. Because the other possibility here is that this is just an awful demon. And that would explain why. Oh my God. Holy shit, dude. With the PC that I have, that should not be happening. Unless there's like memory leaks in the game. Yes, you see that frame loss? Now, if it's only happening in the game and you're not seeing it on my camera, there's your sign. Which I'm fairly certain that's exactly what I just saw was me still moving and the game is lagging. Like, you see how that's happening when I do this? Yeah. Yeah. What keeps saying unknown error? When you try to redeem channel point stuff, it could potentially be because the lights are out of stock. That could be why. And then they'll come back. Could be worth restarting the game after this. Maybe. Yeah, Davini, hello. What PC do I have? Exclamation point specs. Streaming this evening. Yeah. Man, listen, are you just... Oh, no, please. Ruin all the fun. Jerkhole. Trying to get distance from this ghost. So we can hear a potential djinn speed up. Your camera was definitely fine when the game lagged. So that tells you that it's not my PC. How do you get Twitch drops? By watching Twitch. You think it's a Hantu? It could be a lame Hantu, it could be a lame demon, or, it, you know, I don't know. It's hard to say. We just gotta wait for it to hunt. See you, Curse of the Lamb. Have a good one. Reem, thank you so much for the tier 1. Reaper, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. It's a gin. Like, what the... What the crumbs? It's a jackal. No, it's definitely a gin. Oh, hey, I don't know if I noticed the red light on the smoke before. Interesting. I definitely hear no EMF down here, though. Gotta restart Phas after this. If we might be too far away from the... We might be too far away from the EMF to be able to hear it. Let's get out of here so I can restart the game. Let's try that. So, even though that distance doesn't seem long, like very far, going from where I have the EMF to where we are, but it might be far enough that I can't actually hear the EMF, which really sucks. Really sucks. That's okay. Let's go, Jin. Get out. Restart the game. Ghost didn't miss me. F that ghost. Do I prefer tier 2 or tier 3 Cruci? Either way. I mean, the benefit of the tier 3 being able to stop a cursed hunt's really nice. It's just when I forget and I leave it there and then I use the cursed possession and it's a waste of time. That's when it sucks. Yeah, that's a gin. All right. Let me get out of here. Let me close the game and reopen it.
Welcome back.
No, thank you. No. I'm going to close the game, reopen it. Maybe I'll even clear Steam cache or something like that just to see if that helps too. Yeah, because it's causing issues. I thought the Jinn couldn't do the event where it breaks the lights. Maybe I've been told wrong. You've been told wrong. Yep. There's no event that the Jinn can't do. They verify the game files in Steam. I could do that too. Do a twofer. Yeah. What I missed? Nothing, man. Just been doing a couple of games. Yeah. Retro, thank you for the biddies. All right. First thing I'll do, I will clear the cache. And then after I do that, let's verify the files just to make sure nothing wacky's happening. Hantu's your favorite? Really? No, it doesn't hurt at all. It's not a bad idea. For you, are you Fame Wes? I don't know. Jin always kills you? Well, stop dying to a Jin. Easy peasy. I got you covered. Very bonita. Very famoise. Nano, hello. Good to see you. Doors are messed up at Tangle. What's messed up at Tangle? Are you talking about the closets being open? I know that's a bug. I know that's a bug for sure. All right, let me verify my game files for Phas just to be safe. Because again, it's just been very laggy today. So let's just make sure. The best tip of the year. Just don't. Stop it. Come from you two to say hi. Thank you for all the vids. Alongside a whole lot of laughs, I finally got comfortable enough to play Phas alone. Let's go, Jorah. Dude, it's a tough thing to do. It is a tough thing to do. But I'm glad that you're doing it because it's a lot of fun. Verify the integrity. Let's be safe. Why isn't Prison and Point Hope Lage maps? Well, because they're not big enough to be Lage maps. I hope that helps. Still shaking off some of the rust so I can start doing nightmare runs. You got it. Easy peasy, man. What's up, Aqua? Welcome in. We're just restarting the game real quick just to make sure. I've been lagging. My brain keeps saying, I gotta go, Julia. We got cows. Will you just run with it? Listen, if somebody is willing to just full speed run a text and then send it, I'm going to read it as they sent it. I think that's fair. Why are they not? Because they're not. There's a ghost over your left shoulder. No, there's not. People keep saying that, but there's nothing there. Don't worry about that. What settings do I use for zero evidence? I have it inside of my Discord, but if you do exclamation point 10x, that's my zero sanity, zero evidence run. Yeah. He collects VHS tapes, among other things. I do. I does. Okay. All files have been validated. Good deal. I like. All right. For right now, listen, this is what we're going to do. On the tube side, I'm going to end things on the tube side. We are going to keep going on the Twitch side. I want to see if that's doing something, because there might be something happening with the ATOM multi-stream stuff that's causing problems. So hold, please. We're still going on Twitch. Drops are still happening. If you want to earn drops, please do come over. But I'm going to end it over on the tube for now. There's a good possibility that I will start it back up, or that I'll start later tonight after I restart things. Okay. But we're not going anywhere on our end. Let's start Phasmo back up. Let's start it back up. Is it possible to get a shirt drop soon? I don't know. I don't work for Kinetic. You got me, dude. What help and advice can you give me for Apocalypse? Not much. I'm not much of an Apocalypse runner. No, but if you go to people like Dave, Nuka Dave, Nukadave, he does a lot of stuff with high level gameplay. He's definitely one to check out for sure. Okay. Get used to not sprinting, amen. Yeah. You read our messages as is a sometimes. I'm not Chiba. I still pick and choose. I don't read every single one. Yeah. All right, let's give this a try and see because if troubleshooting wise, if it's better, then I know that there's something happening with my graphics where it's trying to render too much at once. Am I getting the board game? Yeah. Whenever that releases, I will absolutely have it. Help me with Phasmo and the tips. Oh, I appreciate you, man. Leave Chiba out of it. I can't leave Chiba out of this. Chiba is a part of everything. You just have to accept it. He is everywhere. Cell phone from Hey Arnold. I do not have a cell phone from Hey Arnold, although I do have 2 cells from the original show made by the artist himself. Hey Wolf, my day as well, man. How was yours? You don't understand the lore behind Crimson Eye. The lore behind the event? I don't know if there's necessarily lore. Let the game begin. All right, we'll do another nightmare, then maybe I'll switch it up and do some no evidence. I just want to make sure that things are running smoothly. Like I said, I usually multi-stream. The main reason for that is I like to allow people to have the opportunity to watch where they want to watch. They might not want to watch on Twitch. They might want to watch somewhere else. So I try to go in multiple places. However, for some reason, it feels like it's causing issues. I don't know if that is or not. It might not be, but I feel like it is. So we'll see. All hail Balzor. Night Raptor, thank you for the subs. Hello, friend. Did they even have cell phones? No, but Arnold, there was an Arnold phone. No. There was an Arnold like landline phone. What they're talking about. It was no, not the phone. No, I'm thinking of the alarm clock. I'm thinking of the alarm clock with the potato. Yeah, I'm not thinking of a phone. Stream for jobs when I'm not on my PC. I have a YouTube video of you up. Is that okay? Wait, hold on. I'm not at the PC. I have a YouTube video of you up. Oh, no. Frenzy, the only way you can earn a Twitch drop is by watching a live stream, friend. Yeah, you can't earn a Twitch drop by watching like a past YouTube video or something. Or even a live video. No. It's directly incorporated with Twitch. So as long as you have the Twitch stream open somewhere, you're good. Alarm clock and a potato. Now I'm very confused. Hold on. I think I still see. There's something happening with my PC, I think. Oh, would you stop? I'm just trying to. That's what we're talking about. Alarm clock. Powered by a potato. Yeah. This is what we're talking about. Yeah. Roxy, happy birthday, friend. Oh, enjoy the birthdays, friends. It's good to see you. Yeah, it has to be a live stream. You can't watch a VOD. It has to be live. Looks like a bomb. Those are batteries, a potato, and a clock. Ay caramba, dude. Anyway, what are you looking at? If I have to explain what you're looking at, no. Gerald was awesome. All right, let's go to Camp Woodwind. This is sort of like a test run to make sure that things are feeling better with the PC to see what's going on. If it's got a potato, why did it need the batteries? I always wondered that. Well, think about it, because it could help store the energy. Yeah.
I've got nothing else to report, unfortunately.
Tier 0 smudge. Yeah. Well, I still get dropped if I watch the stream through my neighbor's window on their computer. If it helps, I'm using binoculars. Only if you can hear it through a walkie-talkie. Yeah. Or so I've been told. The power of the potato. That's right. Sorry. Okay. Let's go. Let's do the things. Noted. All right. I see no orbicals immediately. Let's go. Oh, nope. Oh, my God. No. I am still seeing lag. Holy shite. Did you see that? That had nothing to do with that. Okay, there's something going on with the game. It's either something going on with the game or there's something happening with my PC that's going crazy. Although my CPU is at 20% usage and my memory is not even half. If that gives you any inkling as to what's going on. Yeah. I verified my files. I did all the things. All the things. So if there's other people that this is happening to, then I know it's not just me. Then there we go. Of course they shut the door. They're probably playing Fortnite. Did you check outside your house for a blood moon? No, I can see that. Watch, you'll see it. Let's just keep playing and I'll show you. Let's just keep going and you will randomly see. All of a sudden, it'll just go up and then like stagger. You have your Stream Deck app open? I do, but that shouldn't be causing me problems. I would assume not. Shit, I don't even have Discord open right now. All right, what do we have? Ann Smith, parabolic, capture the ghost photo and get the EMF photo. Okay. Let's see. I just heard Tom. If he's noticing the same thing I am, then that sucks, but sweet, it's not just us. Ghosty. Most of the partners have mentioned the stuttering. Okay. No, I don't have Chrome open. Nope. So I just noticed it right there. Awesome. Oh. Oh. Okay. Let's put this here. Let's get the power on and go back to the truck. And then I'm going to go into Discord and I'm going to say something and see if they did something too. Hi, Slendy. Yeah, I'm noticing it a lot. I'm noticing it a lot. Homie, welcome in. Sheer Sinister. Thank you for the biddies, dude. All right, let me go into... I'm going to do it on my phone. Let me go into Discord real quick and say something like, hey, has anybody else noticing a lot of lag? All right, go here. Go chong. Go chong. Hopefully they all say that they're noticing it. The ghost just reveals itself? No. Anyone else noticing a lot of random stutters? Feels like it's my PC. But no, it's definitely not. Dambier, hello, good morning. Thought it was maybe getting ready for the update. I would assume no. No, if you're noticing it too. Have minimized what's going on my PC. On what seems like all maps. Thank you, noob. All right, I'll leave that open for now, and then if people respond, then we'll go with it and see what they say. All right. Ghosty was over there. I don't even know 100% that it actually is in that area, but we're just gonna pretend like it is. Sure. Is that why maybe my friend struggled to use the monkey pod the other day? Lagging? I don't know. I mean, it potentially could be. But like, you'll notice, like, look how smooth this is right now. Look how smooth this is. So smooth. All the smooth. Smooth to the second power. It's so smooth. And then all of a sudden, it just out of nowhere. Crazy lag. Are you out here? I don't have a good spot for this, my dude. Like, I can't, like, this isn't good. This, maybe. I could try here. What the? Dude is everywhere. All right, hold on. Let's just, place this here. Das Boot? Thing's a maniac. Noob, thank you for the gifted to Logan. Appreciate you, man. Marius, thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the content and the tips. Thank you. I've gotten much better at playing Nightmare. Hell yeah. I hope you're enjoying it. Nightmare is definitely my favorite game mode. Of all the game modes. Definitely my favorite. Quality of Life 2 update is going to be great. It is going to be great. As long as we can get rid of stuff like, oh. All right. I don't know where it is. Let's get some motion sensors. If you can't find the ghost, like if you know the general area of where the ghost is, but you're not sure, motion sensors are your friend, man. This will tell you if it's going in or out of an area. I see my breath out here. It's got to be over here. 6 degrees. I noticed it there. 17 degrees. Yeah, it's 100% here. Okay. Okay. This. A little bit further. Like that. There we go. Nice. Crazy. Thank you so much for the biddies. Fix it by going into windowed mode and back to full screen. Oh, really? Interesting. Drops on? They are. They are indeed. I say we just switch out high school for a new cooler map eventually. I would agree. A new cooler map, something different, more exciting would be much better. Yeah, they can delete high school and I would not be upset at all. Place the plug. I'll just turn that on and leave it because I'm going to go get more stuff anyway. Might walk back in and hear a spirit box response. You never know. I don't think we have UV. New maps would be awesome. I don't need we don't need 30 maps. Like what games respectfully have like 20 maps? that you play right now that are super enjoyable? I think we have dots. I love the idea of new maps. It just doesn't make sense. Mario Kart. Not that many. No, not that many is correct. Blair Demonology. Oh, the Roblox things. Yeah, I would highly recommend not playing those. Roblox is a predatory platform that I suggest that nobody plays. Hey, Night Raptor, how's it going? Going well, friend. How are you? Dreamy, welcome in. All right. I'm gonna stand outside and watch this ghost for a second. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. I'm still noticing though. Nobody said anything in the partner chat though. What's up, Nova? Good morning. Well, F you too, lady. We're watching this for a possible Goryo. It's probably just going to show dots in person. Yeah. I would almost guarantee it. I say finish fixing the glitches and the ghosts that don't act right. Yo, yeah. I would prefer that over new maps. All day. What up, Zozo? Enjoy the YouTube videos. Glad to catch you live. Well, welcome in. Great to have you, dude. 1 cup of coffee. Time to refill. You talking about the ghost or us? More excited for the reworks than I am the new maps. I'm excited for them to get all the maps done. For sure. But this month, I mean, the 25th, we're getting the restricted versions of a few of the maps. So that's going to be sick. Rocket League has a lot of maps. Rocket League is the same thing over, and it's literally the literal same layout for almost every single map. Obviously, unless you're playing the crazy stupid ones. Define restricted as in it is not the entire map, it is the restricted version. Restricted as in condensed, as in smaller version, as in that's not a Goryo. So have you ever played Sunny Meadows? All right, we're going back in. Going back in. Where are you? Okay, ghosts really love the ball. Where are you? A knife. Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Oh, God. My mouth was open. Where are you? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Hi. I hate you. I was like, I don't know what I did with it. Enjoy Sunny, but after seeing Willow and Tangle, we should have had even more detail. I'm wondering if they're going to go back at some point and try to add more details. They might, but I mean, it's the first custom map that they ever did. Aswang, Oni, or Yurei. Look at this combo. I don't know if I've ever had this combination before. Damn. What's up, DJ? Welcome in. What would you recommend new player to use for the thermometer, Celsius or Fahrenheit? I would use whatever you're comfortable with. Which one do you feel more comfortable with, Celsius or Fahrenheit? Like, I live in the States, but I use Celsius because that's what it defaulted to. It defaulted to that in the game, and I just left it alone. And it's just really easy to think, oh, I see negative, it's freezing. So just quickly in your mind, being able to think of it like that. But if you prefer and you'd rather use Fahrenheit, use Fahrenheit. That's all very subjective. There's no right or wrong answer for that. Hey, Vile, welcome in. You think the Aswang, it's eventing more? Is the Aswang known for eventing more? Would that not be the Oni? All right, objectives. We're not worried about perfects. I need a photo of the ghost. We need a photo of the EMF and this. So that'll work. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I don't know, but it's always doing it for me. Well, that's not how that works. The Oni, by nature, events more. By nature, it events more. All right. Let's see if it's still over there. It might not be. I feel like the Osmongs take forever to start eventing and stuff for you. It just messed with the tent flap. It's over here somewhere. Is that over here? Oh, what the fuck? Wait, why did that say freezing? Oh, I hate your face. Look. Got her. I need the ghost photo anyway, so that works. Thank you. Appreciate you. You're a gem. Oh, I still see the lag though. Got her. It's a twofer. It's a 2 for 1. All right, let's place this down. Get the parabolic. I need a sound. Ma'am, if you'd be so inclined. A way for us to here, you know, let's do the hold on. Let's do the time warp. Let's get the sound recorder and I'll know where the sound's coming from. This is a nice little trick. If you're not sure when the parabolic sound's gonna happen, this will tell me when it's gonna happen. We don't even have to guess. And once it does, oh God, stop coming at me, lady. Let's see, 3, 2. Okay. Night, good morning, friend. So when we see there's a, like that, watch, this is a parabolic sound. When I trigger this, switch over to my parabolic microphone. Pow. Objective, done. So I could have recorded it, but I was just worried about getting the objective, which we're done. So now what I could do is I could force a hunt so we could see what it is. Yeah, so when you see on the sound recorder, there's a sound coming from a certain direction. That's a parabolic sound that hasn't happened yet. But it's about to. Jakaria, thank you so much for the gifted to that bean. Thank you, dude. Oh, of course it is. I just saw dots too. Ray, thank you for the biddies, man. All right, well, I've got small tent, I guess, for hiding, which is never really a favorite of mine. But I guess it is what it is. What do we have for evidence? We have dots and we have freezing. Let's see, this spot back here when the barrels are here is like one of the most unsafe spots there is in this map. The entire map. All right, let's put that over here. If you need a photo of the ghost, does the fart bomb count as a ghost photo? No, because it's not actually the ghost. So that little mist ball event that happens, that is not where the ghost is. I had the second crucifix over here, right? Didn't I? Where'd I put it? Oh, right there. There we go. Got it. Is this another gin? We have, it's a Ure, an Oni, or an Oswong. So we're going to make it hunt. We're going to make it hunt. Now, with the Oswong, if I remember correctly, is a slower ghost. So I might need to do this and then get out of line of sight so I can hear it. But the mist ball gets rid of an Oni and a Cormos. That's correct. Wait, did it just fireball me? Wait, did it fireball me? Think of the mist ball event like the ghost is... Oh no, ads! It did. Hold on, let's go outside. Ads are happening. Ads. Ads. Had your mouth open? I thought I had my mouth open for the dots. I'm getting puzzled. Okay. There we go. That way people know we're not. Yeah. Yeah, mouth was open for dots. Someone was asking about the fart ball. Was I not? Did you see it just walking around? Hold on, here. We'll look over here. Oh, now we just want to dot like this? I would never have a Goryo that would dot this much. Never. Got turbo, my good sir. I've learned a lot. It's a great thing to have if you want to get rid of ads. It really is. Noob, thank you for the biddies. Retro, thank you. Yeah, have not heard fart bomb. That's right. Right. Yeah. So we'll see. I'm convinced that the Goryos are still jacked up. That's just me. Goryos don't do dots like they're advertised. Agreed. They definitely do not. Yeah, they're supposed to dot even more. They're supposed to. Rhonda just having fun. Oh, she's having a blast. She's having a blast. She just wanted us to get the hell out of there. That's fair. It says 3 minutes, only got 10 seconds. It just depends, Jesse. Sometimes the ads just get delivered differently. So within certain regions, you might only get 10 seconds. You might get the full 3 minutes, or you might not get any at all. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo and the ads aren't playing the way they normally do, it's like a bonus. Yeah. Just think of it like a bonus. That works. Greenstone, think of it the 29 months, man. Yeah, she's having a little disco party in there. I know. I'm going to check and see if they're out here playing games. That's why they shut the door. My room is hot. Nerds are in the other room playing Fortnite. All right. Ads are done. Welcome back. Your room is hot because you're in the... Hey. Staff, take it for the 8 months. Looking forward to the new Ghost models next year, though. Yeah, same. Very much so the same. All right. So, Ghosty is over here just having a ball. I've seen more dots from this ghost than I ever see the dots from this. I don't know what's going on. Ay, caramba. Ah, caramba. Having a dots rave, you're right. All right, so what do I want to do here? We have that over there. I think we just want to make it hunt. This ghost is slower. It's like 1.5 something meters per second compared to the normal ghosties. This one will be more visible. And then Ure is going to be the most normal ghost we got. It's going to suck. Yeah, we're going to make it hunt. Oh, wait, did I grab? Parabolic. That's what I wanted. That way I can hear it better from the fire. This is just screaming Oni, man. Ka-chow. Multiple physical ghost events. Sorry, the trees change when I go in the parabolic. Yeah, it's a nightmare. Yeah. This is going to be an Oni. Oh my god. Who left a good old boner over here? Do you count the shadow translucent event as physical? When I say physical, I'm talking about full physical manifestation, as in you see the entire model, not translucent, not the shadow, none of that jazz. Hey, what's up, Ghost? How are you? Solid. Yeah. My sanity's tanked, right? I didn't finish lighting the circle, ma'am. What a butthole. She's like, wait, can I practice? Can I just try? She evented from the summoning circle. What a jerk. She's so aggressive. My God. My God. Sam, thank you for the 20 months. Good morning, friend. Miranda, hello. Go back to your room. Rhonda. Oh my God, Bioshock. What has happened? The ghost is very rude. Maybe it'll stay away from us over here. So we figure out what it is. The odds are Oni, but we're going to wait it out. It's quality testing. Oh, we have QA. Okay. Quality assurance for the summoning circle. You are such a heinous anus. Look at you. Oh my God, lady. Stop bullying me. Ready? Another event in 3. Okay, sorry. You're a little too quick to the punch there, Rhonda. God damn it, dude. My sanity is gone. Oh, maybe she's here for the hat. Maybe that's what she wants. I heard you're doing drops for hats. Now it's quiet. Too quiet. Bro, she's everywhere. Tell you, that's one bummer about this map. You just are the worst. My God. Imagine if it wasn't an Oni. Imagine. Whoops, that's closed. My bad. Oh Lord, she coming. Oh Lord, she coming. What level of prestige? 100. Why is it eventing so much? I mean, by nature, this ghost should be eventing a lot. But she has been doing it a lot. She just wants marshmallows? Oh. Oh, well, that's all she had to say. I got you covered, boo-boo. Where you at, Pam? I mean, not Pam. Rhonda, wherever you are. Rhonda, I got your marshmallows. There we go. Oh, she's here for the marshmallows. Where are you going? My God, this is one of the most insane Onis I've ever run into before. She's insane. I wonder. There's no proof of this. There's no, yes, this is why, but I'm a little curious if the reason that we're seeing the dots so much from her is because she's an Oni. I don't know. But fact is, the amount of dots we were seeing from this ghost, that should be what we see from a Goryo. That should be what we see.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
How many events? My God. Samson, think of the 3 months, man. Gen X, think of the 4. Holy dude. 10. It felt like more than 10. Are dots guaranteed for an Oni? No. Dots are guaranteed evidence for a Goryo. So forced evidence is what we call it. As in, if you can... Nice. If you can get evidence, then there are certain ghosts that you will get evidence for that ghost. So like, if you, let's say it's a 1 evidence run, then Goryo, you'll have dots. The Hantu, you will have freezing. The Obake, you will have UV. Like, you have to have that evidence for those ghosts. The Mimic, it's not actual evidence, but you'll see orbs for the Mimic at all times, no matter what, even if you don't have evidence. Force was the word. Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah. You're good, nostalgic. I got you. Yeah, it felt like way more than 10. Man, that ghost was a psycho. Hi, caramba. All right, let's do it. Hey, Wild West, how are you? Good to see you. How long am we streaming for? I'll be going for a bit, man. I'll be going for a bit. It's not even 9 in the morning for me. Can you see what the ghost favorite room was? No, you can see where the bone was, but you can't see what room the ghost had as its favorite room. No, that's not a stat we can see. My favorite forced is the spirit box because the Dio growl, that's a good one. That is a good one. Better than being with a Banshee for 45 minutes with no stalks or screams. Dude, I'll take it. Some of these ghosts that I've been getting have definitely been rough. Where they're not doing what they should be doing. Being at work sucks. Oh, no. Oh, see, Ghost, it's all good, man. I'll be streaming later tonight, too. Yeah. Got a lot to do before we go to the parks for a few days. Ooh, what park you going to, if you don't mind saying? All right. It's early in the morning. Be kind. Doing great, sweetie. Watching a lot of Funnel Runner VODs while studying. Very fun times. Dude, that game is great. I was kind earlier. Yeah, but you could be kind now, too. It's not even 9 in the morning. I know you were kind earlier, and I very much so appreciate it. I work at Universal. Oh, that's freaking cool. Oh, motherfucker. Pat the mods. Don't pat them. They deserve no pats. 0 pats. They get none. Red carpet raid. That's cool, man. Universal's one, like, we're waiting for the kiddos to be a little bit bigger and, like, really, really like roller coasters before we do that kind of stuff. God damn it. What is that badge? What badge? As in the ID card? It's one that you had to watch the Galaxy showcase when they were showing off the Phasmo, like, Alan Wake stuff. I could have been mean and chose 2. I know you could have, but you could have also chosen, you know, 2 things of merch giveaways because chat loves merch. No soda pop for you. Damn it. One of those is gone. Oh, fuck. I don't know. I'll just spin it. We'll just see what happens. We do love merch. See? I told you. The Yurei is the only one that can close the front door when not hunting. It's the only one that can interact with the front door outside of a hunt or an event. Because if you are in a room, if you're in the front room of the house and the ghost events on you, the doors will shut, depending on the event. But the Yurei is the only one that can interact with the front. Like, you'll get EMF at the front door. Yes. May be kind. You know, I don't have high hopes. There's no win. There's nothing here that's like, ooh. No. All bad. All bad. But could be worse, to be fair. This is why we want, okay. All right. Let me update this and then we'll do that. God. Nothing like an early morning pick-me-up. You know, I was going to drink a second cup of coffee. I don't think that's necessary anymore. You know, this one I really don't like because this is the one that tastes like Big Red gum. This one is like very cinnamony. Very cinnamony. Samantha, hello friend, good to see you. I don't even, oh, there's the bottle opener. Respin, need blue cheese. Get the hell, get the. All hot cinnamon, no pumpkin. That's exactly what it feels like. All right, let's do this really quickly so that way we can move on and continue with our games. I'll probably do a, we'll do a no evidence next. No, yeah, non-alcoholic fireball is a really great description of this. Yeah, sucks. Muta Murphy, hello friend. Yeah. Silver lining, it's not blue cheese. Yeah, well, we don't even know what that one is like yet, but silver lining, it's not the ranch. Lester's food flavored sodas. Nice little pick me up. Just straight cinnamon, dude. That's all that is. It's just straight cinnamon. Yeah. Who's making these? Lester, that sick bastard, and his family and everything that we hate. We found these, we started doing these when I started doing St. Jude streams because we needed just random incentive stuff. So I started doing these and then I got a ask by a lot of people to bring them back. So we brought them back. Yeah. And for some reason, mustard is the only one that Lester and them are like, no. This one has to be 100% generic. Not generic. I mean, 100% natural. So literally on the bottle, it says 100% natural. Like, are you effing kidding me? What the all right. Well, game on. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Love you. Most of the time. I have coffee. We'll be fine. Ugh, so gross. Good morning. Oh, good morning. Oh, even coffee's not removing that taste. Seems tasty. It's so good. I recommend it to all people. Now your coffee should taste like fall. Ugh. Cinnamon. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I wish I liked it, but I really don't. Does it taste good? No. No, not at all. It's not even like it tastes weird. It's just like, it's just straight cinnamon. I imagine that if you just made cinnamon soda, that's what it would be. All right. No evidence run? Yeah, we can do a no evidence run. No heavy. Let's make sure this is what it is. That's good. That's good. Power box is off. We got our monitors. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a no heavy. I missed it. Hey, could you just drink another one? How about F you? Me and the fan wants you to play better in Phas. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate you. Is there anything in particular that is super helpful? It's good info to know. Or if there's anything you guys are trying to learn, that's also super helpful. Love you most of the time. Mod's choice. What the? What the? All right. So, God forbid, we were to get to that point again, and we were to land on Soda again. It would probably be an IOU. Doing two within a certain time frame is just bad news bears. That's asking for that trash can to be filled. So, if it happens, then I would probably end up doing it later. How long do you think you'll still be on? For a while, Davey. We're not going anywhere. Yeah. We're not going anywhere. Watched the video for beginners yesterday. It was helpful and informative. I'm glad. I don't know how you don't throw it up in one set. I don't know. Play to watch you movies. What? How long do you have to watch and how do you check the progress? 2 hours. And if you do twitch.tv/drops. Yeah. Hey, Kyrie, what's up, friend? Yeah, for anybody that started watching from the minute they started, you should be within the next, 5 to 10 minutes to getting it. Yeah. All right. Let us do a no evidence run, and we are going to do said no evidence run at Tanglewood. I dig. It's almost like you're used to him. Unfortunately, kind of not. Have a trip to attend to, maybe come back. You're good, Matus. Have a good one, man. I recently sent 2 players to you to watch the beginner vids to learn from you. Oh, let's go. Well, hopefully I was helpful in some way, shape, or form, Lucy. Thank you. Did you ever get more hot beans? I have more hot beans. Somebody said pickle, and if you like pickles, then maybe pickle soda. Oh, pickle soda, that one, it literally tastes like you're just drinking pickle juice. That one is fine, because I like pickles, so that's totally fine. But the other ones, no. None of them taste like they're advertised. Like PB&J, that does not taste like peanut butter and jelly. It tastes like a cardboard box. The corn, okay. The corn one is pretty corn, but it's like, I don't know. Like, how do we take all the flavors of corn and just punch you in the face? That's what that one tastes like. So it's rough. It's too much. It's way too much. Ugh. Fleener, thank you for the 5 subs, man. Oh my God. Okay. Michael Stevens. I gotta pay attention to this because when we get close to the 12, we gotta do something special. Michael Stevens, 25% capture 3 photos and 3 EM. Wait, excuse me. Capture a photo of the EMF and then get 3 unique photos. There we go. Okay, groovy. Confusix, thank you for the gifted to Bloom and Daisy. All right, I'm gonna get no evidence on this, but I still like using these to try to find where the ghostie is. That is the purpose for these. Let's get a lighter while we're at it too. All right, game on. Hi, Norm. It's really aggressive. Jeez, dude. All right, first thing first. Powwow. Damn it. Janet. I don't think I see a Waluigi. I don't think so. Deal, thank you for the prime. Welcome in, man. Did I miss something? Oh, maybe it's Frank. It could be Voodoo Doll. throat, dude. Oh, I think it threw the bone. Oh, wait, the monkey ball. Duh. There it is. Give to me. Finally home from the vet with the cat. 1 cyst removed. Oh, boo Susan, that's great. I hope Kitty's doing okay. Gib, it's mine. Gib. Belongs to me. Fine. You can have it, dude. Damn. We got a singer. No, Frank. No, Frank. No, Franklin. I'm sorry. You guys remember Franklin? What a great show. Okay. We still need to check and make sure that we don't have herbs or spices. Not a shade. Correct. That burp wasn't good. That burp wasn't good. Now, I'm not 100% that it's in that room, but let's verify via the temps. The turtle? Yeah. There's 4 degrees there. I'm just walking around. I'd say I don't like that it's getting colder here, which is giving vibes like the ghost is staying over there. We're old. I accept that. I accept that. Servanio, hello. It's Franklin. See? Cultured. Cultured people. Okay. I have trust issues right now with where the ghost... Oh, and then you fart on me. Son of a bitch. So, the ghostie's name is Michael Stevens, so we know it's not a banshee, we know it's not a Dian. That ghost just fartballed us, and we know it's not a Cormos, and we know it's not an Oni, and also it did a singing event, which means that it can't be a shade. I hope that makes sense. I hope that all makes sense. Okay, so my sanity's at 74. I think I'm gonna just let it linger. We're gonna get back inside. You got the hat. Hell yeah. Let's go. Hell yeah. Slinky, thank you for the 12-month prime, man. No, the Cormos can't do the fart ball. Nope. The reason for that, it can't do the fart ball or a chasing ghost event. Because think about the Cormos is basically blind. It can't see. So the fart ball that we see, the mist ball, it follows the player. It wouldn't be able to do that. All right, now I see my breath in there. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'll take a door moved. Can the Oni do it? No. The Oni also cannot. I think I just heard a window touch. That feels early. Because it is. Oh, look. The bone. All right. Let me go get another smudge or two. This is definitely early. Wee, thank you for the 32 months. Miss Grinchy, thank you for the follow. Hello. Yeah, look at that. Look at our sanity. So any 50% hunting ghost, any that hunts at average 50 is out, off the table now. Gone. I wonder. No, Cormos is off. I was about to say me sprinting near it could have been a possibility, but no, I don't think so. All right, let's bring those in there. Let's bring this in there. Okay. Let's hear the hunting speed. Hopefully, if it's a demon, I mean, I'm within hunting threshold naturally, so. Hat obtained, let's go. Check, check. Okay. That sounds pretty normal, dude. Do we think we have a lait de mont? Lait de mont? Hey, are you a demon? He didn't tell me. He did not say. What difficulty? This is a no evidence run. Alright. Oh my laggies. Oh my god. Got the drop. Hell yeah, let's go. It's so mean. Now, I do have a 60-second timer going. Oh, door stuck. I do have a 60-second timer going. Didn't realize you play so early in the morning. Oh, no, I normally don't. No. I normally stream later. So today was just the early morning I had available and did the drops. So then I'll be live again later tonight. All right, my 60 seconds is up. It's going to be a lazy demon? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Forrest, thank you for the 2 months. You're still lazy. Is Impulse a kinetic partner? They are. Aged they, I think that's probably off the table because I would have had to have spent a certain amount of time near this ghost to age it and make it that slow. I don't think so. What did I do with the monkey paw? I wish for sunrise. So by doing that, I drop my sanity even more. So now my sanity is at 25-ish. Really just wanting to get it to hunt again. I could have trapped it, yada, 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 yada. What a beautiful sunny evening. Do you think that wish will work for someone who works overnights? Asking for a friend? You know what? It's worth a try. Obtain monkey paw, ask questions. Or make wishes, whatever. So yeah, if it is a demon... Get out of the... Oh, I thought it was in the hiding spot. Never mind. If it hunts now... There, it's a demon. My God, dude. That right there just told me it was a demon. Why is it a demon? We'll explain. So, originally what I was doing was I cleansed the ghost and I was waiting for the 60-second timer. So with a demon, when you smudge the ghost, most ghosts are 90 seconds before it can hunt again when you cleanse it. As long as it's within the hunting threshold. That's why usually if you're doing smudge tests, you wait till you're within like 50 sanity, if not lower. It just depends when the ghost starts hunting. Normal ghosts are 90 seconds. The spirit won't hunt for 180 seconds, but the demon can hunt you earlier at 60. Now, there's another way to tell that it's a demon. You suck. There's another way to tell that it's a demon without even needing to cleanse it, without needing a smudge. Let's say you run out. The demon is the only ghost outside of a mimic mimicking the demon. A demon is the only ghost that can hunt you 20 seconds after its last hunt. Every other ghost waits 25 seconds. It can wait more, but the lowest, the soonest it can hunt. So Ure, Pulte, Thay, you name it, when it's done hunting, if there was no cleanse, 25 seconds later, it can hunt you again. The demon, 20 seconds later, can hunt you again. So I have a 25-second timer at the ready that when the hunt stopped, I hit that timer. 5 seconds were left, it started hunting me again. That's how I know it's a demon. And we also don't have any orbs, so we know it's not a mimic. So the early hunt led us to believe it was a possible demon, or maybe a Thay or something. No, the average hunting speed, and then that 20-second hunt. That's what told me it was a demon. So we need to capture 3 photos and then get a photo of the EMF. So it gets a little bit more spicy now, because now that we know it's a demon, that means it can hunt me whenever the hell it feels like it. So careful, SpongeBob. But the one thing you want to make sure that you don't do is you don't want your sanity to be super high and then you think you're doing a smudge test, because if the ghost is not within hunting range, then that test is null and void and it doesn't mean anything. We want to get to the point where the only way the ghost can hunt me is by using its ability. Is it not 1:30 for demon? No. 60 seconds for the demon, 90 seconds for average for every other average ghost, and then 180 for the spirit. Careful, SpongeBob. Yeah, that's high enough. All right, I need a photo of the EMF. We need 3 unique photos, right? Yeah. Drop was acquired a bit ago. Low watch the streets. I appreciate you, Raid. Thank you, man. Ooh, Burn Cruci photo. Sold. Oh, that's right. Monkey paw. You and Bro Tater do an amazing job explaining things. Oh, thank you, LB. I'm sure Tater would love to hear that too. Tater is a homie. Tater is a homie. See you, Rachie. Have a good one. All right. I saw the bone in here, right? I certainly did. Oh, I need a photo of the EMF. Oh, yeah. You butthole. Wait a minute. Excuse me? That should have gone off, by the way. Tater's another amazing being. He is amazing. He knows it. We know it. Must be a bug. Probably. There we go. There's the objectives. I don't think we're worried about perfects on this one. I think we're worried about getting the ghosty and doing the objectives. I think that's our mission. Le Demon, let's get out of here. Let's do another one. I think that's the mission here. We'll do another one. You better be a demon or I swear. How can you measure the ghost speed during the hunt? By looking at it? I don't usually measure the speed by looking at it. I usually do it by listening.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Thankfully, it was a ghost that could give us something. So I will take it. But let's do another no evidence. This one we are going to do at Ridgeview. It's always a demon.
All right, we're here.
When do I do Guess the Ghost? I usually do it once a month, but it's not a set day.
The investigation.
It's not a set day, so I'm pretty sure we still have to do this month's. I just have to pick a day and do it. That's all.
We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a
When you
hurry.
start timing the start of the hunt, or well, it depends on what I'm doing. So if I'm trying to time the smudge, you time when you smudged. The second you smudged, that's when the timer starts. If I'm trying to time the whole like 20-25 second thing after the hunt, it's the second the hunt ends. And if you're not sure when the hunt ends, one good indicator of that is checking a light switch, or if you have a light on, when the hunt ends, the light will go off, as long as the lights still work. Yeah. Awesome catching you live. See ya, Combat. Have a good one. Ay. Bean Amby, thank you for the prime, dude. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you for the 2 months. I use the BPM checker. Yeah, that's another really good way. Using the unofficial cheat sheet, lots of resources. But, I mean, obviously, I've played enough to where I can typically, for the most part, know if the ghost is an average speed or if it's faster, certain, like, blink or whatever, just from experience, just from playing a lot. Hat completed. Let's go. Actually, let me check. Mine, I might also have the hat now. Hold on. I should have the hat. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. I've had a friendo up on the stream, so I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Boomstick. Good to see you. All right. Anyway, we'll keep moving. I'll check after this. We will see. Alrighty. Gregory Huntsley. We need 3 videos, Firelight, and 25%. And because the ghost name is Gregory, Banshee and Diane are off the table. Now, it is snowing. I am not going to worry about trying to find the ghost room right now with the thermo. Not yet. No. We'll do the EMF. I'll do a sneaky parabolic. Maybe we'll find the ghost that way. Let us try. What's up, Ari? What does lurking do? It lets me know that you have the stream open, but you might not be paying attention to it at the moment. That's all. It's not a requirement or anything. All right. To the juice. No Frank. Power on. You never know. If the ghosty throws something, makes sound, could be a good way to find it quickly. What time are you streaming tonight? My normal time. Around 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Right now, Ghosty's doing nothing. Oh my god, game. Holy shit. So, the parabolic, the tier 3, you have the ability to hear the floor above and the floor below as well. Did I just hear a switch? Is it in the basement? No. Oh, it's up. I thought it was showing me down. Oh, that was weird. It's over here somewhere. I don't know which one, but one of them. Let's do that. Oh, off to work. See you, Rastin. Have a good one. All right, let's go get stuff and go upstairs. I don't know which room it's in, but now that the power is on, now all the rooms are going to warm up, and then whatever the ghost room is, where the ghost is hanging out, will be colder. So that makes it a little bit easier to find out where the ghosty is. We'll also do the Orby check, and then we'll place down a crucifix as well. Could be twins that could show up both. No, because twins is on the same floor. Twins are not on separate floors, so I'm not going to hear one downstairs and one up. Twins is one ghost with 2 interaction ranges, not 2 separate ghosts. I think it was like over here. Did you guys hear a window? I did. It's here. Like, how does somebody find out the Pulte stuff, by the way? Like the Pulte not being able to do the certain things. Like how the hell do you find that out? Is that from like data mining? Definitely there though. Godly Juju, thank you for the sub. You piece of trash. When I first started, I thought that Twins was 2 ghosts, and that's fair. Because it makes sense that it sounds like it's 2 ghosts. You haven't gotten the Delta Gast in 16 games? Damn. It's been a little bit since I've had one too. I don't know when they're going to make it so that it's less chance of actually getting one. What can't the Pulte do? My understanding, the Pulte can't do things like knock on a window. If I heard that correctly. All right, give me the salt. We need firelight anyway and video. Well, I've got a video camera up there. We're going to bring another crucifix on there. I get the power on again. Is this a freaking Honto? What up, Kelsey? How are you? Ghosts can knock on the windows? Yeah. That's how we get handprints on windows. Wasn't it 2 weeks? It might be 2 weeks. I don't remember exactly how long that we are supposed to have a higher chance. Never heard of that. I'm pretty sure, I mean, it's obviously not 100% that it's just because it's in the wiki, but I think they even have it in the wiki. I brought you a toy. Enjoy, little friend. Put that there. Uh-oh. I don't like that I'm seeing my breath out here, though. Did you move already? You're roaming a lot. Are you roaming a lot, though? Hold on a second. Oh my God. Somebody let Mike out. Why is it so cold down here? What the? Mike, hello, dude. Brought you a toy is fire? Yeah. Would you stop it? My God. I wish it was cold here. Oh, dude, I feel that. It's been in the freedom temps, if you will. It's been a nice crisp, like 90 degrees at all times, if not hotter. It really sucks. Really sucks. Mr. Mike, I hope your stream was good, man. What did we do today? I hate that we can't turn those radios off now. Oh, yeah, the bug. Oh, go on. Oh. Not a Galu, not a Wraith, 100%. The new Chile's art game released today. Oh, nice. I'll have to go check it out. There was a multiplayer one of those that I was going to do too that I haven't had a chance to play. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mike. If you guys aren't following Mr. Mike, he does lots of variety stuffs. He is a renowned Granny speedrunner. I'm just saying. I was watching him play with Granny at like mock speed, which was kind of insane. That was a very interesting watch. But it was fun though. She's yeah. Mock Granny was wild. That was insane. Literally picked up an item and then pow, Granny was right there. Are there any relation between by the bone location and the ghost room? Nope, not at all. Nope. Bone is 100% random. Doesn't mean anything. Finished unlocking the Sunny Meadows badge. Now I never have to go back there again. Oh, but Sunny Meadows is great. No, Sunny's a good time. All right. We know that it is not a Wraith. We know that it's not a Galu based on the steppies that it just did. I have to actually try that crazy speed Granny though. Kind of feel up to the challenge. I would absolutely be watching it. So I'm interested to see what you do, sir. But I appreciate you. Thank you for the raid, man. Always. What are the best items to use when finding the ghost room? That's very subjective. Whatever you feel like is easier to make. Whatever you feel like makes it easier to find the ghost room. Me, personally, I think the biggest answer you're ever going to get is flashlight, thermo, EMF. But that doesn't mean that's what everybody uses. Some people like using the parabolic. Some people like going in with evidence. They don't need any of that stuff. Ears. There you go. You might not need any items. Hello? Use the tripod. See? Look at that. Hey. Oh, it said hey back. That's very nice. Did you hear that? It went, hey. You like thermo UV photo camera? Yeah. Yeah, they said hey back. That was very, very sweet. How does the flashlight help you find the ghost room? So you can see. Ghosty. Lots of big full door touchies. No half touches. One of the people I play with likes to use the video camera EMF. Yeah. Everybody's different. Everybody's got their choice, you know. Game dark, flashlight helps. I thought that was obvious, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Time for work. Bye, Juju. Listen here. Hot shot. They should have a flash. Oh, hey, how are you, ghost? Oh, partial door touch. Not a Ure. Hip hip. Ure. Hey, can you turn the radio off? Radio off. It's just annoying. Oh, I've already got that. No, 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 no. Son of a bitch. Man, that update's gonna be really helpful when it does the duplicate thing. I just panic turned. Ghost, radio, off. Heed, paper, no. Another early hunter? What duplicate thing? They're going to make it easier in the next quality of life update for you to know that something has already been captured and you don't want to capture it twice. Isn't this just spicy? So if we look at our sanity, friends, we're probably closer to like 65, if not higher, closer to 70 at that point. I like that you lit the firelight. It lit the cruci. See, we're helping each other. I received the cow sticker that I won during the giveaway. Oh, fatal, let's go. Maybe another demon? How do you look at the watch? You have to check your keybinds. I changed mine. Naturally, it's, I think, H, but I changed mine to tab. Teamwork makes the dream work. Hey, are you a demon? Hey. Is that a yes? I tell you what I'm gonna do here, hotshot. Hold on. Oh, I need 3 videos. Oh, bastages. Whoops. That was my bad. I could have been. Oh, I should have recorded that stuff. That seemed awfully quick. Okay, all right. You're very helpful. Thank you so much. Hey, I need one more. Can you like shut a door again? No, that's a window. I need a door. Nanor, please. Wait a minute. Oh, no, I'm out of salts. Yeah, this... I think this might be a demon. Door in 3. That's a shoe. Haha! Gotcha. All right. Let's... I'll stay here. Hey. What you doing? Until they fix it, anytime you hear what sounds like ghost footsteps and you are downstairs and it's upstairs, or if it sounds like it's walking in gravel, it's probably stuck in the wall. Yep. Was he stuck? Oh, yes, he was. Here. He'll probably be fine now. We let him out. Were you stuck? Why did it sound like you were stuck on the stairs? Can you record it when stuck on the wall? Probably. I just didn't even try. I didn't even bother. Dobby is free. Did I even see what the curse was in my travels? Oh, hey. I should have stayed up there. Whoops. Sorry, I got excited. No, he is not. Hey! What you doing? Quick, give him your sock. Master's giving Toby a sock. Picture perfect. Oh, he. Give that man, get him a CPAP. Oh my God, my sanity. Yeah, I could have sat near the music box. That's okay. We'll sit in the dark. Tazzy, hello, friendo. How the hell are you? Look at that turd. Oh my God. All right. Well, oh my God. You're such a demon, dude. I'm just gonna wait here, I guess. I could smudge it and sit up there and maybe it'll event on us. And if it events on us, I'll drop my sanity faster. It's got in the way. Hope you're well, doing amazing. I am doing well, friend. Well, I hope that everything is good. It's good to freaking see you. Okay. All right. I'm going to use my timer here to go upstairs and maybe get a Vonteed on. Hey, can you event real quick? Please, and also thank you. I can't wait that long or the ghost is going to try to kill us. Hey, you're not stuck in the wall again, are you? Yeah, this is no evidence. Oh, you sweetheart. Oh, bless your heart. Oh my gosh. What a doll. What a doll. All right, well, there's our objective. Ghosty is, this has got to be a demon. This is a screaming demon. I am certain this is a demon, right? All right, hold on. We have ads. Hold on. We have ads. Waiting in truck for ads. There we go. Very southern of you. Is he getting stuck in the closet? I don't know where exactly the ghost is spawning that it's getting stuck. Yeah, I don't know. Wall, thank you so much for the dono, by the way, man. Dobby has not given me any socks. Also, this this wall has poor insulation. Thank you, Wall Ghost. Oh my god. Only 45 minutes to get the hat. I think I unlocked mine. I just have to go in and claim and do all that. I'd have to restart the game to put the hat on. But you can't, it's solo. You can't see it anyway, so it doesn't even matter. It did look like it started hunting around 65 to 70. It did. It looked like it was at 70. Which means that it didn't try to hunt me using its ability early. Which I'm just utterly shocked. Absolutely flabber and gasted. It's okay, Ghosty. We'll support you. Jan X, thank you for the gifted sub to Chris. Thank you so much, man. Got your hat. Let's go. Once we leave this, I'll claim the drop and then I'll back out and then maybe we'll see it. That's 60% right now. You're good. And then you have up until, I think, Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. I think. So you have today, Saturday, Sunday, and then going through Monday, I believe. So plenty of time. Plenty of time. The coffee actually tastes decent when you don't have a nasty soda before it. All right, 30 seconds left and then the ads will be done. We'll get back in. Only gonna stream for a bit. I'm not exactly sure how long, but my plan was to stream for the morning and then I'll stream later tonight too. All's good now. Very hot in the UK. Hopefully back now. Nice to catch you with these time zones. Been up to much. Just busy kiddos, busy everything. Just busy, man. But everything's going really well though. Could always have a soda if you wanted one. Hey Zero, welcome in, friend. All right, ads are done. I want to have it hunt one. Like I'm pretty certain that this is a demon, but like I want to be 100% that I'm not being fooled by something else. Okay. Yeah. So I just, one more time, our sanity is trashed. Thank goodness. That's what we wanted. We'll go back in. We'll hunt it. We'll have it hunt us and do the things. Okay. Let's just see. Here it comes. You're not stuck in the wall. Wait a minute. I have a timer going. Oh my god, imagine if it was a mimic. Oh my. By the way, for any of you that subbed today, you should have gotten a badge, or if not multiple badges in chat for something that's going on with Audible, I think. Okay, 20 seconds and Ghosty can hunt. I'm gonna go steal the firelight from upstairs. Haven't played Phas in so long. They did a quality of life update last month, Tazzy, that helped out a lot of stuff. And they're gonna do another one. Okay. 2 months free Audible. It should also... It should also give you a badge in chat. It should. All right. It can hunt me now. And here it comes. There we go. Very stippy stompy. Oh my god. Be such a noob. But yeah, but that's the fun of it. Oh my god, game. Jeez. Can't wait for the smaller Point Hope. I'm excited to see those too, and especially to play that with multiplayer, like 4 people. 2 or more subs or gifted subs to get the badge. Is it? Okay. I thought it was just subscribing. I saw it quickly earlier today. Are you done? There we go. Yep. All right, give me a sec. How do I find if I got the badge? You should have notifications. The notification should have popped up for you. Let me do this. Here, go here, mute this, go here, mute that. Do this, mute that. Let us see. Oh. Yeah, so there's 3. Oh, okay. So one sub or gifted sub, you get 2 months of Audible Premium. 1 sub or gifted sub, you get the enchanted big boy boxers. 2 subs or gifted subs, and you get the Princess Donut pink cat and then the Princess Donut brown cat. So I think if it's 1, then you get the enchanted big boy boxers badge. If you gift 2, I guess, then you get the cats, I think. I'm not even 100% sure. Yes. Okay. Oh, look, the big boy boxers. There they are. Yeah, there they are. Now we see them. Yeah. I got the boxers and the cat. Okay. That's cool. Okay. Well, I'll have to take advantage of that today and go visit a friendo and give some love so I can get the cats and the boxers. Noob, Edgar, thank you guys so much. Vomer, thank you. Is it any stream? I have noticed it in any stream that I have opened up. Any stream I've opened, those have popped up. So I think it's any category. It must be site-wide. It has to be. All right. That is Le Demon. We literally had 2 back-to-back demons. Literally had 2 back-to-back demons. On the 2 no evidence runs that I did. What is this? Is it any? Yeah, I think so. I think it's any stream. Yep. Need that kitty badge? That's why I'm probably going to go say hi to a friend. When I'm done this morning, I'll go stop by a friendo and give some love. Yeah. True Warrior. Hey, how are you? Firefox, thank you for the prime. Okay. Back-to-back demons? I'm not upset. I like demons. Demons are cool with me. They want to give themselves away? Honky dory. CPU, thank you for the gifted to demonic. Somehow I have 2 different ones because it's giving you 2 different ones. There's the brown and then the other one. Yeah. So there's technically 3 badges that you can get right now from any stream that I guess that are global badges to use on Twitch. Yeah. Macy, good morning. Hello. NXR, thank you for the sub, man. Song brought you back to your childhood. Listen, this Monster Cat playlist has all the things. Love the videos. Thank you. I'll thank you. All right. Let's go back. Let's go back to Nightmare for a minute, for at least a game or 2, and then we'll switch it around again. BRB, you're good, Tazzy. No worries. I thought the 2 different ones were a singular cat or the big. No, my assumption was that the sub, you got the shorts, and then if you did 2, that you got the cats, I think. What happened to the ID cards and the badges on Phas? Mine are all missing. I would just report it. If you're having issues with badges missing and stuff, report it. That way they can help you out because there's nothing you can really do. How long are they doing that for? I don't know. That's a great question. Does it say how long that's going on for? I feel like that stuff just pops up. Like I never know that it's actually coming. It literally just shows up. Till the 27th. Oh, okay. There's a decent amount of time. Yeah, if I go to view all campaigns. Ah, there it is. It started yesterday. Okay. And it's going till the 27th. Like they said, 27th at 2:59 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah. Crazy D, thank you so much for the subs, man. Has Kinetic ever talked about us using real world location for maps from Hotel Shrine? No, I've never heard them say anything like that. Nope. Where's your dog on Bleasdale? Well, let's go show you. Why don't we go do a Bleezy Street, eh? I'll show you where she is.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
What voice changer do you and Doc use? What voice changer?
Here,
I have a Rode Duo.
object.
I don't use any applications or anything. I just use the Rode Duo for any voice stuff that I do. So if I ever pitch up, pitch down, if I do the censoring, anything like that, it's all through that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Bleezy. Somebody said they wanted to see where my doggo was, so I'm going to show them. Nellie Buckley, we need 2 sounds, capture a photo, and escape. So, we are going to bring this. We're going to bring the audio, and you know what? Bring the photo camera. Let's do the things. I don't see my cats, only the boxers. Wait, you don't see your cats, only the boxers. Did you gift subs to another channel? Like if you gifted to another channel, any channel, it should work. Should. I assume. How old your doggo? 5. I think she's 5. Yeah, I think so. Dorito! Good morning, friend. So when you go into the house and you make a left, you go to the tea room, go past the table, this wall right here. This is where you find Josie. Somebody was asking where to find Josie at. This is where she is. She's right there. Little miniature golden doodle. Just happy as could be. Happy as could be. Happy as a little clam. We save her every time. At minimum, 2 subs for the cats. Now, oh, gross. Is it, if you gift 1, do you get 1 of the cats, or does it have to be 2 to get them both? Little smile. I'm trying to remember. I don't even remember what she was doing in this. I'm fairly certain this is in the kitchen, and she's just waiting for food. 2 for both. Okay, thank you, Mute. Thank you. So there you go. Yeah, it's got to be 2 to get the cats. Do the badges stay forever? I think so. Yeah, they're global badges, so they should go nowhere. It's Kinetic partners, but it's also some of the Kinetic team as well. Is that what I heard? Oh my Lanta. Oh my God. Reaper, Impost, thank you guys so much. Nicole, CPU, Rebecca, Maze. Oh my God. But yeah, that's my dog, Josie. That's my doggo. She's amazings. She's our little couch dog. She's a little couch potato. She has a little spot on the top of the couch that she has like dented a pillow because that's where she rests basically all day. But it's her spot. All All right, the juice is loose. The ghostie's downstairs. Love the map reworks, but I'll never forgive them for moving the cat picture from the Tanglewood foyer. I imagine it was to allow for the other images to be around. You know what I mean? Okay, ghost. Oh, okay. Ghostie's that away. Man, when I'm done this morning, though, shit, I've got to like restart my PC and figure out what's going on. It might literally just be the game. I don't know. It's so hard to tell, though. My God. My partner's 45-pound corgi does that. Oh, my God. That's a corgi. I have a black Labradoodle. Technically my dad's house. We get the dog when I still a kid. So he's also still my dog. Oh, his name is Snoopy. Oh, what a great dog. What a good puppers. Oop, Ghostie's outside. Oh, Ghostie's inside. Hello, ma'am. It is good to see you. Was that through the wall? You're out here. You sneaky devil. Boner. I didn't see any orbitals, though. Wicked Sly, good to see you, friendo. How are you? Hiding spot? Oh. That's okay. 140-pound Great Dane. My God. Likes to pretend that he's only 40. Jesus. That dog tries to pretend it's a lap dog. Good grief. Hey, mustard pancakes. What the hell? Alright, Ghosty is out chomp. It's just hanging out there because that light won't go off. How the game's going? They're going well. They're going well. We did 2 no evidence runs, and it was literally back-to-back demons. So that was fun. Good times. What's up, Emily? Good morning. How are you? Demon Fridays, I guess, man. Okay, well, unfortunately, it's like the ghost is just standing there. Hold on. Can I try this? Hold on. Where are you? Are you here? Oh, this could... Where are you? Are you here? Oh, shit. Will this work? Hold on. If that light's on, but I'm not standing in the light. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? We just might not have spirit box. Where are you? Are you here? It hears me. Where are you? Are you near?
Said far and wide.
I want the light to be on. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Oh, man. Ew. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Damn. I was really hoping that would work. Where are you? It would be such a cool trick if the ghost is continually turning this damn light on. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? So watch, hold on. Let me get away from the light. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, you bastard. When it walks away from the light, it'll work. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Did my first professional run the other day. I got ghost hugged by the ghost right. Oh, with 2 evidence. Oh no. Would you step away from that, please? Dude, I'm not close enough to set that. Bloops, good morning, friend. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Taking
Close
away.
to
Where are you?
busting.
Oh, disgusting. All right. Whatever, man. Whatever. Whatever. What? You heard it. Cap acquired. Let's go. Which, welcome in. JD, thank you for the 25 months, homie. Thank you for the subs, dude. All right. Well. Spirit box acquired. I don't know about anything else, though. Let's check for UV. Let's make sure that we don't die. Taking one of those. And yeah, that'll be one of everything. I like it. I like it. Played on custom lobby with my friend, 0 grace period, and we both got instantly killed. Zero grace can actually be kind of fun. Can we see the cap? Sure. This could all be yours. Anonymous, thank you for the gifteds. Thank you so much, man. All right, lots of walking around. Lots of walking around, eh? We're walking here. Did you get the cap? I think I did. I just have to check after this game. Yeah. Babsy, hello. My work computer is down. Oh no! Dare I say the best? Oh, the work computer being down is the good thing. Oh, wait, can you be a rate? Oh no! EMF 5, spirit box, and dots. Oh, okay. Not a wraith, but I think I heard it step, so I don't think so. I meant in game. Oh yeah. When we're done with this, obviously. Ray man, thank you for the biddies. Momo, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. You sick bastard. I'm gonna open my door more and hopefully not die. Hold on. They're watching Stranger Things now. Do think I've ever gone outside of Bleezy? Oh, it's a good time for all. Swain, thank you for the biddies. Crazy, thank you so much. Partial open, no Ure. Roger that. Freezing? I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe an EMF 5, maybe? Babs, I was, but man, I was experiencing lag. I was experiencing lag issues. So I decided to try to stop that one to see if that was the issue. And I'm trying to figure out if it's me or it's the game that's causing me issues. I'm trying to figure it out. We'll see. Bri, thank you for the subs. Thank you so much. Blue Mama, hello. Blue Moon Mama, sorry. Yeah, so trial and error. I'm probably going to restart the PC after the morning stream. Yeah, it's Nightmare. But we only have Spirit Box right now. My guess right now is that it's going to be this. That's my guess. It's not a Galu. Not a Wraith. Dying Spirit Twins. That's my guess. Oh, it knocked on that window from, I think, from outside. There's that dang light, I know. Maybe... Let me go look over here. Hey, Taku, what's up, friend? I've got this. Do I have hiding? You have hiding. I'm gonna go get a smudge. Gonna be a Dio. I would not be upset. Like they said, the ghost is only going to do so much. If it's continually walking around that light and turning that light on, it's not going to be throwing like anything. So that sucks. But whatever, dude. All right. Escape photo, sound recorder. I don't even care that much at this point. Got to drop while you're washing your hair. Oh my. No, we're going to make it hunt. I think that's the mission. Let's go lower the crap out of our sanity by doing this. Now it will naturally hunt. I don't want any. I said no, Rhonda. Is this a dying? Sorry, flight of the bumblebees started taking off there at the end. It was a little hard to hear. Too slow for a twin? Yeah, that's definitely too slow. This is screaming dying. So when this hunts again, the dying, when it gets within 10 meters of the player, slows down. If you're not moving. Did it have to turn the metronome on? Right here. All right, she sees me. Okay, now listen. Hear how she speeds up? Watch. And then whenever they get past 10 meters, after the 10 meters, they go back to normal speed again. Yeah. Corey, thank you for the sub. It even works across floors. Okay, Josie, you're coming with. She's actually downstairs too, I think. down here. Hey, what's up, Sam? There she is. Look at her. Hold on, I'm gonna go see if I find her. She was chewing her ball. I interrupted her. We interrupted her. She's not the big. I know. Where's everybody else? What? Where are you trying? Where are you going to escape to? She just wants her ball. So, yeah, there she is. That's her. She escaped the game. Tell her I said bark, bark. She's a funny little one. What breed? We're fairly... a miniature golden doodle. But that's not even like 100% verified. It's just based off of looking at her. Rev was being shady. It was a die-in. What do you mean Rev was being shady? What? What? A die-in. Oh, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. 100% cutie patootie? She is. She's a very good girl. The only thing she ever really messes with is socks. And there was a time where she would mess with controllers. But that was really it. Yeah. They changed that. Oh, the Bleasdale's so great, Tazzy. Now drink soda? What do you mean now drink soda? I don't owe any sodas. What you talking about, Willis? Can we do Sunny Meadows? We could. Aerobic. Thank you for the subs, man. Thank you. Yeah, she's a sock hider. Yep. If she finds a sock, she will take that sock and she will bury it into the couch somewhere. Yeah. Did you break the piano curse, or is it just Doc who's cursed? We just assume it's Doc. It's hard to say. Yeah, aerobic. Thank you, man. All right. Well, I was being asked about Sunny Meadows, but you know what though? No, we're a democracy here. No, no, no. If we're gonna let people choose the map, let's let everybody choose. So. 1 through 14 in chat, friends. Where do you want to go? Your vote counts once. Once you type it in, you're good to go. Our dog liked dirty underwear. Oh my God. Well, don't put your dirty underwears on the floor. I don't think ours ever messed with anything like that, but no, thank you. One through 14. As you can see, we used to have random as a choice. We removed it because it's such a cop-out. No, if we're going to let people choose, then we have to actually choose a map. It makes it that easy. My dog has eaten 2 of my sleep masks before. Oh, I no longer bring sleep masks to my dad's house. Oh my God, we had to buy new laundry baskets because she'd pull them from the gaps in the basket. What a turd. What an absolute turd. Gonna have to change it again. I will, yes. Whenever we get the restricted versions, I know I'll have to figure that out. It's a lot of choices. So as soon as that gets released, yeah, we'll figure it out as we go. All right. Let's see. We're going to Sunny Meadows anyway. Perfect. My doodle steals socks and piles them up on the floor at the foot of the stairs to lay on. Get that poor dog a pillow. That poor little dog. All right, going to Sunny Meadows. Let's go. I had the ability to prestige. I kind of just don't want to yet.
Alright, we're here.
We're going to.
Take a look
I just
at
don't
the
want to yet.
equipment and prepare
My dog
accordingly
had a thing
before
for
starting the
underwear sock.
investigation.
Like, what is the deal? Like, what is that?
The ghost here seems to be linked to a
Like,
cursed
why?
object.
Why do dogs do
Take a
that?
closer
Soul
look.
Reaper, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in.
Help your investigation.
Finally joined the Discord. Hey, let's go. Let's go. All right. Scent. Yeah, familiar scent is probably what it is. Yeah, probably. So it wasn't just my rest. No. We've had our dog. We've had Josie since she was like 6 or 8 weeks. Yeah. So no, it has nothing to do with being a rescue. It's just they love clothes. Yeah. But it's funny though, because like, again, like at one point I got her a bone, and this bone, you know, the whole point of it was like trying to get her something that she could maybe chew on. And she literally just takes it and hides it. She doesn't play with it. She takes it and buries it somewhere in the couch or something. And then eventually like re-finds it later. Like, oh, what is this? And then reburies it somewhere else. I don't know. And then she has like a couple little blankets that are hers that are like shrouds now because she just tears little holes into them. But she only does it with hers, thankfully. So that we don't mind. Same way when they were young. Yeah. Cute little game. Well, one thing I really think that she likes is I think she likes to try to bring it near you. So you tug with, like, play tug of war with it. I think she likes that. 5 dogs. Each was so different for each other. Oh, yeah. They're all very different. I just realized this was live and not your 24/7. Yay. Hey, what's up? Hey, good morning. I do have a 24/7 channel that's live all the time. So if you're ever looking for some old past VODs of the game, a lot of Phas, and we'll do some different ones every now and then. Yeah, that exists. How old Josie? 5. Hides the chewies too. She would do it's hit or miss with her. Sometimes she'll, like the little greeny thing, she'll either hide it or she'll eat it. It just depends. All right. We are at Sunny Meadows with Marsha I know it's Garcia, but it's Marsha Garcia today. Sorry. Parabolic microphone. We need 3 videos and motion sensor. Can I find Ghosty and do all those things? Can we be the side quest? I kind of want to try. Can there be drops on the 24/7 channel? The reason I don't have them on there is because I don't have it in the Phas category. The 24/7 channel is in the always on category, and I'm not going to change that. I'm going to leave that as is. I feel like it's almost like deceitful to put it in the Phas category. So it's in the always on. It'll stay there. There are times where like the drops thing, the badges thing, that is on that channel. That still exists. But as for Phas drops, no. It just, I don't know. I feel like it takes away from the category itself. If I have it in the Phas category, it takes away from those people that are live. Like the intention of that is for it to be there for people that want to go watch. I don't want it to be there for people to congregate and take away from other people. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. Excuse me. I can't see Jack Squidly. All right. Hopefully we find the juice. We're gonna go find us a ghosty. I have had the summoning circle like all day. Oh, hi. Power. Let's go see if we have power first. That sounded kind of like it was near the classroom. Okay. We'll try the other way too. We'll see. One thing I did notice about the 24/7 channel, every now and then I'll go in, I'll just check and see how things are going, make sure it's running, smoothly. I'll just check the notifications and stuff. pardon moi? What? Was that sound just out here? It might have been. Can the ghost be the courtyard? It absolutely can. Yeah, if it is a little gross. Let's go searching. I saw that. Yeah, it's here. Mm-hmm. Yep. 100% salt orbs. All right, walk again. Ew. I hate when I don't get this very often at all. Hey, can you do the thing? Oh my God. Got it. Now, did it walk inside or did it do that through the wall? Yeah, orbs are still here. Okay, it's here. What? Dude, what? What is happening? What? Why is it in here so much? What? Ghosty just had a smoke. The orbs are there. The ghost is here. What? This doesn't make sense. Twins wouldn't make sense. I mean, I guess it could, but here's the issue with that. If it was the throws, the door touches, all that stuff, like, okay, that could be twins. But one ghost, 2 interaction ranges, you're not going to get the motion sensor to go off with that second interaction range, because that's the actual ghost walking around. Joe, thank you for the subs, man. What the? Well, I have 2 cameras, technically, because we have of course, courtyard orbs. What? So you can see here. It's a little hard to see. You can see the orbs are still out here, but the ghost is in here. Which room is the room? Hold on. Okay. What the French? I really don't want you to hunt right now, because now I'm a curious little rhino. Give me this, give me this, and give me this. Okay. Let's do this. I want to check the temps and see where because the orb should be where the ghost room is. Should be. If it's in the process of moving, this is one hell of a process. What's up, Fang? All right, let's check temps here. .5. We go outside. 20. It's warmer outside than it is in here. Okay. Is this like a crazy stalking ghost? Oh, give me that. It just flipped that switch. What the hell is going on? The ghost is trying to make us the next patient. Did I just see the orb over here? Oh my, what the f is going on? The orbs are out here. Well, the mimic wouldn't even make sense for it to be twins. Like, the reason I was saying that it doesn't really make sense is because if, let's say the ghost is setting this motion sensor off here, then that means that's where the ghost is at that point in time. The orbs tells you where the ghost's favorite room is. Right? Look how warm it is in here now. Now the ghost is like, nope, I'm done. No, thank you. I wasn't in this room when the ghost started doing stuff in this room. Does that make sense? So if it decided to stalk over this way, Light Wolf, hello. Does the range make any sense? Well, look, no. So it was literally the ghost was coming from out there into here and going into here. I don't know why. I'll tell you what it's not doing. It's not. Okay, we're going to try something different. Let's try something new. What do I have on me? I have a motion sensor. Good. Let's go to the front door. The ghost is rage baiting. We're going to the front door. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Welcome in. Hello. Break. Good morning, friendo. How are you? I've got a feeling that this ghost is going to follow us to the door. Got a feeling. Give me an EMF. Give me another motion. Let's try. Yeah. I think it's a weird stalk happening. Just a guess. We could be wrong here. Could be wrong. So, give me those. Okay. Now we're going to go get the other parabolic. This might not be a stalking ghost, and it just might be something crazy. I don't know. But this is how we're going to figure this out. Or we're going to try to figure this out. So, what we have set up is motion sensors and salt in the parabolic. If it's a stalking ghost or a teleporting ghost, let's say that it's for some reason teleporting and going to that other room. This right here would tell us what it is. If the ghost, if I get an EMF2 at my location and this motion sensor goes off before that one, it's a wraith and it's not going to step in the salt. If it's a phantom, it's going to walk all the way to us and then the EMF is going to go off because it's going to set an EMF 2 off where it stalks to. The Banshee would walk all the way to us, but this EMF would not go off. This might not even be a stalking ghost. It's just what we're going on. Wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on. Phantom would be, this would literally have to be a Banshee, unless it's mimicking another ghost. What are we hearing in the parabolic? Oh, ambient sound. Yeah. Thank you, camera. Thank you. But Ghosty is not coming this way. Not right now, anyway. I don't have an explanation why we have the orbs in the courtyard and the ghost keeps going to that other room. I don't know. Unless it's just a lazy Banshee. One more. Oh, that's normal. Okay. Let's go back in here one more time. Got the drop. Let's go. Did we get dots? No, not yet. Oh, I moved the video camera. Oh, no. The orbs are still in the courtyard, though. Okay. Orbs are still in the courtyard. Let me see this. But this is not going off. I'm dumbfounded as to what the hell is going on. I thought you were on no evidence. No. Nope. All right, let's pray we don't die. Every motion sensor is facing differently. What's up, Darcy? Hello. Now we're going to try it like this. Something weird is going on. Good luck, don't die. Thank you. Chill. Watch the YouTube vids. Well, thank you for watching the videos. Appreciate you. Cylon, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow, man. Shady Freeze, thank you for the prime. Tis weird it's only favoring that room to roam. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I not be knowing. So our orbs, let's verify here, are sitting in the courtyard. They have not left the courtyard yet. Okay. Orbs are in the courtyard. If the ghost was moving from courtyard to that other room, the motion sensors would show that because the ghost would be walking back and forth. Now it's either stop moving altogether get a guess. I wouldn't even know what to guess at this point. And if this is a Banshee, what a crappy Banshee. All right. I tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really. Actually, you know what? This is great timing. We have ads coming up. I'm going to run the ads and use the restroom, and we're going to stare at this screen, okay? I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. So if anything crazy happens, let me know. I'm going to go use the potty, and I will BRB. 3 minutes. BRB. Josie walks in, just sits on the ground and just looks at me. Just, yes. Sorry. Okay. What did we miss? What happened? Courtyard went off? Okay. All right. Let's see. The courtyard went off a few times. So Ghosty is behaving and going back to where it belongs. We presume. So it has not gone over here. Okay. Let's start bringing some more stuff out there. See if we can get this second piece of evidence while we're at it. That was just being a turd. We tried to listen for possible, like, banshee screams, you know, like if it was stalking, but it definitely didn't try to stalk us. None of the salt is disturbed. Last sensor was from the courtyard. Okay. I got you. I got you. Yeah. Back out there again. Wicked Raven. Hello. Chuckery. I heard it. Oh, I can't see that. This. Give me this. And check our temps just to be safe. Okay, now it's very warm in there. Okay. Okay. We need to check spirit box and UV. We need to verify. Is that a metronome? It is a metronome. Yeah, it's dark. It's, you know, we don't have the lights on, but I also didn't grab a flashlight because I wanted to get equipment in there more than anything. Yeah, it could be a mimic, but at least it narrows it down to these. Still have no explanation as to what the heck we were experiencing. No idea. No clue. Yeah, orbs are still there. Is Ghosty setting off the motion sensors out there? Spirit box. Like, what the? Because what if it is like mimicking stalking ghosts, right? Or like it continues for some reason continues to be a banshee, and then it like comes all the way down that way. I don't know. It ain't moving. Whatever it's happening, it is not doing anything. Where's the Twitch settings to disable the AI stuff? I don't remember exactly where I went. If you Google, it'll probably tell you where I went, though. Yeah. I think I even had, there was somebody, reliable source, but somebody on Twitter said, like, if you want to disable it, go here. And it takes you directly to your settings at the spot that you need. That's what I did. Settings, security, and privacy. There you go. So, okay, I see my breath. Where the hell is the ghost? Found it. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Oh, hello. Just being sure. Hockey, what's up, friend? Definitely not. Okay, good deal. And then give me this guy, just to be safe. What if it's not a mimic, I can't explain what happened to us early on in this match. It's like it moved rooms and moved right back. But the orbs never left the courtyard. Never. Difficulty zone nightmare. Set this off again. Come on. It's Sunny Meadows. I'm in the courtyard. Oh, my sanity is about to be lower because a fart ball's chasing me down. Could it have been roaming, decided it wanted to change rooms and didn't? I don't know. I like it. That sound doesn't make sense out here. The ghost went into that room, stayed in that room, did a bunch of interactions in that room, but the orbs never left the courtyard. Okay. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? I don't think so. Switch the laptop. Yeah, you're good. So if this isn't a mimic, hold on, give me this. If it's not a mimic, this is a Rev, Hantu, Ure, or Onryo. What? I'm gonna make it hunt. And this is, yeah, this is what we're doing on this one. Like, what a weird freaking ghost, dude. Yeah, let's get smudges and we're gonna make it hunt. What the? Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Hey, Game Rock. Yeah, early stream. Yeah. Do you think you could go into an easier map like Tangle and guess the ghost correctly in under 5 minutes? We can always try. It's a revenant. Want to hear this? Listen. Shh, shh. Hold on. Oh, man. I was trying to get close enough. Weirdest Revy ever? I don't understand what happened. It's like a horror movie chase. Good night, dude. Yeah, that's right. Played the piano. F this guy. F this guy. Was it hunting? Oh, it'll take 15 years. Hold on, please. What is the piano song from? It was created by Kinetic Games. By Lavender. Oh, it's over here. she is. There she is. See her smile. Trying not to be a grammar police is hard. Don't be grammar policing. This is not the place. This is not the place. Yeah, Revenante. For sure. Where's this hiding spot? This is just like a natural hiding spot. So like this will never be blocked, but the ghost could technically roam over this way and see you. It's just a good spot to tuck and hide. Yeah. Juju needed a new one because the other one's wearing down. I know I need to get another plushie attack too. Thank you for the shirt, Rainbow. All right, I'm not dealing with this. Stinky Revy indeed. Yep, get us out. No, thank you. I will pass. No thanks. I am very interested to see if we have room changes. I could maybe almost understand if it was like, okay, it changed rooms once or twice and went back to the courtyard. Okay, maybe.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Maybe. I don't know what happened. It never, that's why the orbs never left, but the ghost decided to. Yeah. Juju, thank you for the music box sticker giveaway. If you guys do !enter. Guess the other room was its second favorite room. Oh, see, that's what it is. They didn't list that here. Favorite room, second favorite room. The Revy doesn't have any abilities. It doesn't have abilities to be tracked inside the journal. So that will forever be 0. Ay. The bone was in mailroom 1, just in case anybody was curious. Oh, thank you, Juju. Any blood moons? 0. I haven't had blood moons in a few streams, actually. It's been a minute. So the gifts are, what sort of things have you gotten? We've gotten a few couple things. I've gotten different stuff from somebody sending good sodas because of all the bad ones. Someone sending good ones. A dark flash that's up here. Up there, we've gotten I've gotten Lego set. I've gotten the Funkos, all kinds of good stuff. Disgusting sodas. Yeah. Dark Flash? Yeah. From the Flash, the Dark Flash. Yeah. Listen, I've played the past couple times I've played with Doc, we've had 0 blood moons. The past couple times. I could send you a cursed doll if you want. It explicitly says no cursed. Explicitly. But no, people are welcome to send anything that they wanted to send that is obviously within reason. Yeah. Baron had 7 in a row last night. You lie. If he had 7 in a row last night, he's a cheater. He's a cheater. Homeless Potato, thank you for the 11 months. Oh, it was a hacker lobby and they could make it Blood Moon. Ah. Understood. He was in a hacker room. Okay. Which is he never does it himself. It's just that he goes into a lobby in the public rooms and finds somebody. Baron was playing with a developer of what? Love the Galaxy Quest sound? I do too. It brings me joy. Samesies. Crash, thank you for the follow, by the way. What's up, Theo? Welcome in. A developer of hacks. Oh, how nice. First time playing Point Nope was a Blood Moon. No, thank you. Have I seen? I did. I just so happened to peek in to his stream for a little bit, and I got to see the sexy goth Baron. Oh, speaking of that. Hold on. Not about the goth Baron thing. Not that. When I say speaking of that, I don't mean speaking of that. Sorry, I gotta fix some. Why is this not working? Hold on. I'm gonna try to fix something real quick. Maybe. But don't wait a minute, me. Speaking of sexy goth parent, that's not what I meant. That is not what I meant. Wanna help me out? I don't know where this is. I don't know where this is. What the crumbs? What, no sexy goth flash? No sexy goth flash. No, no. Golden fish, thank you for the 2 years. No sexy goth. No, 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 no. Where are we on the monthly? We're schmoovin'. I was curious. I was gonna try to, something's broken. I was gonna try to open it up and see, or use my stream deck, and it wasn't letting me. That should not be a goal. Why would we want that? Nobody wants that. Nobody. Where did the monthly go? That like disappeared. I had like a quick little boop that I could turn on, and it's like gone. I guess I can make another one. What the hell? I went to add a source and I got a new screen. What the? No, it's not here. What the crackers? All right, I'll figure it out later. Whatever. Moving on. All right, somebody wanted to see if we could like quickly identify the ghost. Let's see what we can do. Just got a banshee. Nice. What does it consist of? Nothing. It consists of nothing. That's what. Try to do a quick little speed run. We could try. It's gonna fail. I'm gonna do this, and the ghost isn't gonna reveal where it is. Am I trying to do this on Nightmare? Is that my mission here? Just see how quickly I can figure it out. And if it's freezing temps, it's gonna take at least 25 minutes. My favorite of the larger maps, Sunny Meadows. Sunny Meadows is by far my favorite large map. Fantastic map. Why not? F it. All right. See how fast we can figure it out. Now, I mean, the go-to for this, though. The go-to for this is going to be this. Let's go. What is the fastest you figured out a ghost? Less than a minute. Okay, I was still connected to the door. All right, first let's go get the power. Fudge. Actually, wait, hold on. All right, no monkey paw. What's up, MB? Welcome in. Gator, thank you for the prime. No circle? What? What? Are you cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Love it. Question is, where's the ghost? Where to ghost at? Things in the potty. Think it's in the potty. Alright, let's do this. Do that, do that. I'm not even gonna worry about taking photos. F this. Give. Come to Papa. Come to Papa. Drain my sanity real quick. Whoops. Whoopsies. Alright, well my sanity should be pretty tanked. Alright, let's go get another smudge. Whoops, the whole point was to make it hunt. I screwed up. Least favorite ghost to get? Gorios and Shades are definitely up there as ghosties that I could give two poops about that I don't want to see. Shades because they don't do anything. Gorios because, well, they're Gorios. Interesting. Ma'am, it certainly felt like you were obliterating all objects. She is pretty mean. She is pretty mean. Jaw dropping. Why'd it leave twice? What do you mean? And thank you for the subs, homie. Thank you, dude. Uh-oh. Hold on. How many items is it for a pulte pile? 2. Yeah, it's not a matter of how many items are in it to make it a pulte. Like, the reason it's called a pulte pile is just because it will throw multiple objects at the same time. That's why. Fine. Actually, I lie. I don't even want this. I want this. And give me this. Yeah. What I don't know is I don't know if it's out here or in there. Got your hat. Let's go. Well, it stopped following me around the table because when you crouch near the table, it loses line of sight. Ew. Listen up. Yeah, see, like I said, I want to try to figure it out fast, and the ghostie's like, no, you're not. I just heard you, dude. Are you stuck? What the? What? Okay. So it isn't here. Bro, I swear. Wonder if the dev is going to do a Flash t-shirt. I don't see that happening, but you know, because it's never out of the question. All right, I smudged it. Our hope here is to see it do a pulte bomb. Is that? Spirit box, ultraviolet, ghost writing. not an Oni, right? That sounded like a smooch. She just moved the toilet seat. Ma'am, if you're going to go, you have to lift it entirely. Oh, wait, it literally can't be an Oni. It fartballed on us multiple times. That's right. Yeah, she smooched the toilet. I heard her. It's not going to be a Bolty. You won't lift the toilet seat. Maybe she needs Norm. There you go. This is not a Bolty. That would explain why. This is not a Bolty. Wait for it. Wait for it. Teleportate back to your room, ma'am. Or is it not your room anymore? Okay. Ay, ay, ay. No, it's walked in salt already. What was going to be a fast hunt turned into an awful one because the ghost is again being another weirdo. Give. Norm is a burglar in his free time. He can burgle whatever he wants to. He's Norm. Normal ghosty? Absolutely is. Yes, sirree, bab. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Found far from their home.
Is this still the speedrun game? This is no longer a speedrun game. This is... No, we are far from that. Far from that indeed, my friend. Nope. With a smudge. Get a firelight in there. Let's check the temps. Ghosties being all over the place. Oh, it's one of those tall T's I heard about. It can hunt me, by the way. Hi, Mr. Cheebs. Cheeba, the ghost is mean, sir. Being kind of a jerk. Reminds me of your first friendly walk through the new Tangle. First thing it did was turn the cross in the master bedroom. I know. Wish they would change the ghost flash into more of a pulse. What do you mean by pulse? Like, as in the ghost is visible the entire time, and then it's like pulsating. Ghost, are you done? Thank you. Thank you, bitch. No, you're not. Spirit box, orbs, and writing. I only have spirit box, and we saw no orbs. It would have to be writing. It would literally have to. You know, sometimes I like this game and sometimes I don't. It's hit or miss. Depends on the day, depends on the game.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Literally use the ability at the end. Let's try it again. How about that? You know what? We don't just give up. Yeah. Turning off the light as she was walking back to her room after the hunt. Teleporting basically back to the room. This is the one for sure. Chiba, I literally had 2 demons back to back on no evidence runs. I did 2 no evidence runs today. Both were demons back to back. You were here in spirit, sir. In spirit for sure. Now, if I'm really like, okay, if I'm trying to see how fast I can really do it, like what I inevitably would do. Hold on, did I screw up my, oh, I did. Oh, I'm gonna have to redo my thing. I totally forgot that I messed with that. I don't even remember all my settings. Got the hat, nice. Oh, I was gonna do that. Whoops, hold on, let me leave the game.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Hold on. Let me claim the thing and show it in stream. I forgot to do that. Man in the wide rim hat. Thank you for the gifted to Jackson. Thanks, man. All right, notifications. Claim. Tis claimed. I might have to restart I'm probably gonna have to restart the game. I doubt it's gonna be here. I doubt it. Yeah. All right, let's restart the game real fast. Let's restart it.
Welcome back.
Oh, wait.
I've got some
Never
jobs
mind.
ready
It's
for
right
you.
there. Hey, let's go. Hey. Never mind. Let's go. There it is. Just had to go in, go back out. There we go. All right, so now. There it is. So instead of using this one, which okay, that's better. Instead of that one, now I got a darker, actually like black hat. I dig it, man. I dig. Wait, why can't I say it? Excuse me. There we go. Groovy. Is there a full Jeffrey Bezos song? One that exists? Yes. I just don't have it on stream because I'm not going to play the entire song. Yeah. But there is one. Yep, it's from Bo Burnham's Inside album. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Thank you guys for the follows. Hades, thank you for the prime, man. Come on, Jeffrey, you could. I keep coughing. I'm so sorry. Okay. Back to it. Where were we? I need to fix this. Give me a sec. I need to fix this. Yeah, as for the drop, you guys have lots of time, man. Oop, hold on. My game has been struggling, but especially today, very difficult to get a couple of minutes without stuttering. Okay. I have other kinetic partners who are dealing with the same thing, so I have a feeling it's not just an us issue. I think it's the game. Now, inside of my Phasmophobia channel, inside of Discord, pinned, I have some settings and some different things. And one of the things that I have pinned is my 10-12 multiplier. So I'm literally going to use that real fast to make sure I have my correct settings. Got 40 left. Nice. All right. Starting sanity is at 0. Sanity pill restoration is nilch. Sanity drain 200%. Sprinting is not infinite. We want that on. Player speed 150. Flashlights on. Consumables on. Ghost. Ghost speed 100. We want high roaming. We want changing favorite room on high for now. Interaction amount. Did that change? Oh, low. Events, low. Friendly ghost, off. Grace period, 1 second. Hunt duration, high. Evidence, none. And then we go to contract. Contract. We need fog. We don't need fog. I like having the fog. I enjoy it. Doors open, high. Number of hiding places, none. Sanity monitor is off. Activity is off. Fuse box contract, we want that on. Visible. Yes. And then cursed possessions, we want none of them. What did I change? Hold on. Oh, wait, no. Fuse box to start of the contract is on. Off. What am I missing? Oh, hey, look, a Twitch drop hat. Let's go. It's something very minor. No cursed possessions. Got life things to do. Hey, Davey, I appreciate you, man. Singing Wolf, thank you for the subs, homie. Thank you. Visible map. Oh, there it is. It was literally just the fuse box being visible on the map. All right, so there we go. There's my 10-12, if anybody is curious. This is, if I'm trying to do some no sanity, like no evidence runs, this is what I typically would use. So player, ghost, contract. Now, what I want to do, hold please. I wonder how long it would take for us to get this. Hold on. I'm going to do Camp Woodwind and we're going to try something. So this is my 0 sanity, 0 evidence. Okay. We're going to try something.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Oh, I need to turn fog off though. I can't see jack squat. Hold on. Let me back out and leave. Fuse box visible on the map. That was the one that I did not need. I didn't mean to have that. Contract, weather. We'll just do clear for now. Now it's just a straight up 10-time multiplier. Okay. Let's go. Let's see.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get.
Okay, do it again. So I definitely didn't do it this way, but the fastest that I've ever had a game was basically this is what happened.
here.
I was doing a zero evidence game. I walked into Camp Woodwind,
Welcome back.
saw orbs on the monitor, and left. So it wasn't a guess. Like, I knew what the ghost was. Used to run the settings for the new ghost. Now I'm too frazzled. No, you can do it. You can do it. Marius, thank you so much for the subs, dude. Thank you. You got your badges. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. I want to do this. Hopefully and get it. That'd be great. And get it. No, I don't want to just like guess the ghost. I want to see it and be like, yes, it's 100% that ghost.
Welcome back. We've arrived. Check
I know we've arrived. It's not going to work because I want to do it. That's the way this goes. Is this drop just a hat? Yes. Yeah. As opposed, what's it? Yeah. Are you asking like, is it ID card stuff? No, it's just a hat. Yep. All right, let's go.
All right, we're here.
Nope, nothing.
Welcome back.
Yeah, no ID card for this one. No.
All right, we're here. Take a look at
The odds are not in our favor. It's not going to happen. I'm trying to get a mimic. Trying to get a mimic quickly and see, just to see, but it's not going to happen.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get.
They usually cost what, 10K? Hey, listen. That hat was pre-sweated, thank you.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
No, we're just going to move on. Why not take a video? No, the whole point, no, the entire point was to show what it was like when I got like one of my fastest ghosts that I've ever gotten right before.
We've arrived.
Was
Check
literally
the
me
equipment
opening
and
up
get
Camp Woodwind, going to the monitor, seeing orbs and leaving. It was one of the fastest investigations I've ever done because I knew what the ghost was. It wasn't a guess.
We've
I
arrived.
walked up,
Check the equipment
Camp Woodwind
and
just
get
like
set up
this,
before
saw that,
investigating.
saw it there, left. Basically opened the doors and left. And it was the shortest game I've ever played.
Welcome back.
So that's why I was like, I wonder if I could get a mimic again like that. But I would have to get a mimic for that to work. And also have it where the orbs are within the area that we can actually see. So that's the problem. So we're not going to sweat it. I will do a 10-12. Maybe we'll do a couple 10-12s. But I'm not going to sit here and try to do it on Camp Woodwind. No, we'll do Tangle and then we'll move around a little bit. Just for something different to do. Yeah, what's up, Jay? Now, really, it's not even a matter of money and XP because I'm already past. I'm level 100. So at this point, I could prestige. I just don't think I want to do it right now. If it was earlier in the stream and I was thinking about it, I probably would have, but I don't want to do it now. That's how you got your APOC 3 Mimic in the Courtyard. Oh, man. Oh, man. Markio, thank you for the follow, man. All right. Let's do some no sanity, no evidence. No sanity, no evidence. We'll start at Tangle and we'll move around a little bit. If you haven't seen what that is like, I'll show you. There's my player settings. Oh, hold on. I like my fog. I like my fog. There we go. There we go. 10-12. There's my player settings. There's my ghost. There's my contract. Obviously, edit this as you see fit. This is just the way that I like to play. Sometimes you might actually want the activity or the sanity monitors, depending on what you're doing. But a zero sanity run, I don't really need it. So let's go. How long? I'm not sure, extra, Alexander. Probably not too much longer for the morning stream, but I will be streaming later. For sure. I will be streaming later. All right, let's go. There's light switching, so we should be fine. Do this, do this, do this. And we need to cleanse, capture video, and escape. Okay. Let's get a video camera. I know, watch. Now I'm going to see orbs. Jiminy Christmas, dude. Thanks for the hat. You're very welcome. little demon child. That sounded pretty normy, if I heard that correctly. We will see. Power 4, thank you for the 2 subs. I think it was normal. I think. We'll hear it again. Bitch. Anoni. Cut my juice. Knocking on. There you go. Damn, dude. At first I was like, did that speed up faster than normal? I don't think it did. I also didn't set a good timer. Because it sounds like a normal ghost, even if it was an Oswong, it would be, if it was an Oswong, it would have been slower, and it's not. We know for certain that it's not an Oni and it's not a Cormos because it did the fart ball. For sure. Give me this, give me this. Give me this. Not the child. Fine. Not our favorite, but you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. Where'd you come from? Were you in here taking a poo up? Eh? Taking a poo up? That's like a rev. No, no. Not anywhere close to a Revy. No way. No shot. It's over here. I don't know if it's in that front room or not. Where are you going? All right. We'll try there. Bro. Listen up, Buttercup. Nice for the drop. You're very welcome. The ghost speed is 100. Normal. So it's a good way to just get... It's a good way to practice hunts. Get smudged, you little TD bastard. It wants to play. Sure. God, damn it. Where did it even start? That's a bad idea. Hold on, let me play it out, put it out here. It might still blow that out, but I don't want it to do a third firelight blowout. Punt it? I'm down. We can punt this thing. I'm down. 100%. Will we still be able to earn the .0 badge on the restricted version? Probably not. I imagine you have to do the full version to get the Easter egg. Oh, it's that door. Oh my god, I thought it was interacting with the front door. I was like, I got so excited. Now, that doesn't make sense. That door's not even moving. Bitch, you stop farting. God. Oh. Don't tell me to shush. Really like the new door sounds there. The front door sound could use a little taming, though. That's a bit more spicy. Tis a bit loud. Just a touch. Just a little bit. Ghost? What the hell are you? Huh? Are you in here? You taking a poop? It's a very, very normal ghost. All right. I'd say Onryo is probably off the table. Again, I'm pretty sure this is a normal speed ghost. Why is the front door so loud? I don't know. They did something. Let's go stand over here. Going with what it's probably not. Could be an Obake. I don't think it's a yokai. I don't think so. What the f... What the hell? Why are you hunting from there now? Okay, let's go outside. Hold on. Hold on. Not speeding up with electronics. I think it's hunting too soon for a spirit. It doesn't sound like it's throwing enough to be a Pulte. I'm fairly certain it's changed rooms multiple times at this point. That's not normal. It's fine. These are normie speed. I don't think it's an Onryo. Demon, Banshee, Myling, Mare, Obake, or Yurei. Okay. Hey, Ghost Killer. My day is going well, friend. How is yours? How be yours? I feel like the Yurei, well, if it wants to be a Yurei and walk to this front door, I would not be upsetty or spaghetti. What did I just see light? Oh, it just blew the firelight out. It's a female ghost. It's the toothy kid, so Kim Martin. Kim Martin. Yeah, it's no evidence. The Yurei or the Banshee, cause it hates us. Wait, what's up? Did the cruci burned really quick, so maybe demon, you think so? Maybe. We could do the old, we could do a smudge test again, just to try to verify. Could it be a mirror that doesn't want to turn off the light again? Maybe. Wait for it to hunt again. Are you so good? Yeah, Phantom. I'm going to be streaming tonight. Yeah. For sure. It could technically be an Obake. Maybe we just haven't watched it long enough to see a shapeshift. Could be. kitchen loop. Yeah, the problem I'm going to run into with that is if it's a with tooth kit, it's crawling. If it's crawling, not being able to see it. Ugh. Okay. Possible to miss that blink? Maybe. Alright, let me go get... Alright, I can go grab 2 motion sensors. Could hear his footsteps pretty clearly. Yeah, I don't think it was a Myling either. I think it's far enough away that if it was a Myling, I feel like we wouldn't have been able to hear the footsteps. We could verify that with a flashlight, but I still don't think so. It sounded like it started in here. That's right. Alright, place it there. Snooze those. Just got the hat, bruh. Oh my god. Trying to do like little mare tests. Nothing that I can tell. Get back to your room. No, no. That was at 90 seconds. That was at 90. Demon, probably unlikely. Half touch that door. Bitch. Made a poopy? Wasn't it a child before? It still is. What do you mean? Yeah, it still is one. Hey, Zulu, thank you for the 2 months. I want to say Yuri. I kind of want to say Yuri at this point, too. Here. We'll do the old loopy poopy around the table. Yuri's like to slam doors? Yeah, except that every ghost can slam the door better than the Yuri ability can. How do you know if it's ghost orbs with the head cam? You can only know with the tier 1 if you're playing with somebody else. You can't know any other way. I suppose? I mean, no, that's just kind of just the way that it... Oh, hey, Bone. Just kind of the way that it is. The door slam that the ghosts do, every ghost can do. The Yuri door slam is like a gentle touch that lightly shuts the door. Definitely doesn't feel like it's stalking or anything, you know? Oh, shit. Is it crawling? man. Oh, real neat. Nanabake, not from what I can tell. Is Ghosty still moving around in here? It was. Is that behind me? Bro, I swear, I still see breath in here. This ghost sucks. We're about to call this one and get out. We're gonna go Ure. And then if it's a mayor, well, that sucks. Be too loud for Myrling. That's what we're saying. Yeah. Yeah. I have ads trying to happen. We're not gonna waste our time. Are Obambo's known for shutting lights off? Then you turn them on? No. Nope. If you have another ghost that does that, it was just by chance.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I mentioned Mayor. Told you, it just wouldn't do its ability. Yeah, I kept flipping switch after switch after switch. If it's not going to do its ability, there's nothing I can do to force it. Yep. You can check every time you check a switch, there's like a 10-second cooldown. So you check the switch. 10 seconds later, you can check again and flip the switch and see if it does the ability. If it's deciding not to do it, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, stinky mare. And also, every door touch was completely open or completely shut. So, yeah, did our best. But that's why it's like, at that point, there's no point in beating our head against the wall. No point. All right. I'm running ads, friends. We do 3 minutes every hour. I'm going to go run them now. We might as well. It is getting close to lunchtime, though. It is getting close. Super. Thank you for the 21 months. What's up, dude? Getting coffee? Nice. I need to get some more, too, at some point. I need to figure out my lunch situation. I need to figure out my fuds. My fuds. Got me some spicy ramen? Ooh. Oh, you have a cold. I'm sorry. Yeah, spicy ramen will definitely help clear that up for sure. Hey, Cobalt. Thank you for the prime, man. Figure out some num-nums? Yeah, I need to do the same thing. We'll probably do that here shortly. I think so. Lunch with Flash? What the hell? Immediately gets Domino's ad. Ah. It was a mayor mimicking a Ure. Sometimes it happens. But that is the benefit of having evidence, is that you can have a ghost that's acting really strangely, and then you can get evidence to go, okay, well, it can't be that one. But like Sunny Meadows, that ghost was, I can't explain what was happening. It was a revenant where its room was the courtyard, but it was moving, like it was in a room enough inside the building to not just go like turn the crucifix over. It was setting off the motion sensor in that room. So it went into that room, was throwing objects, shutting the door, turning the crucifix and everything, and never chose it as a room. So weird. Want some ramen? Never had it. I've never had like, I don't know, like legit ramen. I've had the cheap ramen, whatever, but never like from a ramen place. We want to take the little missus to one. She loves ramen. Mayor's easy until it's not. I know. You get the ability like immediately, or you never get it. It's literally one or the other. Yeah. Annoying. Yeah, but it happens. Getting the same ad repeatedly. Damn. Get some sleep for the 12-hour graveyard shift. Oh, Bagley, have a great freaking work day, dude. I hope work goes well. Penny Chun's brand ramen, still instant, but it's much higher quality. Right. Yeah. Shin ramen is yummy for instant? Okay. I definitely don't mind instant. Oh my god, cup of noodles is my jam, dude. I had the most authentic Japanese ramen at a small place in Michigan. Oh, nice. I'm being reminded of a late 80s and early 90s ad on TV. You're very welcome. Rogue, we're probably not going to be streaming much longer this morning, but I will be streaming longer tonight. When we leave here, I'll raid into somebody playing Phasmo. So anybody that's earning drops, you'll just keep earning them. Yeah. Buldak, I've had Buldak before. Yeah. The spicy ones, woof, woof. Streaming tomorrow as well. What is today? Today, Friday? No, Sunday. Sunday. How many times a day do you stream? I normally stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8:30 p.m. and Sunday at 1. But sometimes we throw an extra stream in depending on what's going on. It just depends. Alias, thank you for the gifted to Nero. Pickle salsa? What the hell? Pickle salsa? Oh my God. And even two. Oh, Alias, thank you so much. All right. Well, pickle salsa. I don't know if I've ever had pickle salsa before. Not that I'm aware of. We talking about ramen? We are talking about ramen. I'm not like a big ramen person. I want to go try like a legit place for some like good legit ramen. Yeah. Watch on the tube. Thanks, man. Come on, good soda. You know that's not going to happen. I'm wearing that hat, by the way, right now, for anybody that's curious about the drop. Of course, apocalyptic. Of course, man. All right. There it is. Never had actual ramen. I just have like the cheaper instant stuff, not like the decent instant stuff. Yeah, but I'll eventually try it. Ramen has a lot of style too, so just try different ones when you can. Yeah, I think that's the big thing too, is I've seen places that have so many different types. So I know that it's not like well, I guess I just don't like ramen. If you like try one and you don't like it, you just got to try different ones. I love noodles. Noodles, love. Rice, love. Why? Why? I would have chosen game next if you like. I believe you. I believe that you would have. And I was really hoping for Mod's choice. You can put anything in it. Yeah. And oh man, I've seen some people put in some amazing looking things inside of their ramen. Oh, it looks so good. It's been a long enough gap. You can do it. I kind of just want to get it over with so I don't owe anything. I kind of just want to get it over with. Yeah. Because if I don't just get it over with, then yeah, I'm guaranteed later. Yeah. What's the wheel for? Because we reached that. It's just a fun way to give back. Yeah. With pain and misery. Yeah. No, I have not gotten the blue cheese yet, but our chances are much higher now. Yeah. Isn't that fun? That's such a good time. That's a good time for everybody. So if I land on pumpkin pie, then I have to spin again because we don't have that anymore. I make ramen eggs for mine. And cube pie. Oh, see, that sounds good, man. No, pumpkin pie was not very good. No. It wasn't good at all because it just tasted like cinnamon. Yeah, it tasted like, and I hate the, like big red gum. That's what it tasted like. No, thank you. No, thank you. Are any of them good? Pickle. The only one I've ever had that was actually decent was pickle. All the rest are bad. Some are way worse than others. Yeah, way worse. Oh, it's so close. That's so close. I think I can deal with the PB&J. I don't know if I can deal with the blue cheese. I I can think of a certain TikToker's daughter who would love the ranch soda. Oh my God. Delight, thank you for the 2-month Prime, dude. Appreciate you. Did your light flash? Yeah, my stomach flashed before my... Yeah. It's the lesser of the evils. I would have to agree here. It's not going to be good, but it could definitely be worse. Oh, man. And that good soda is just sitting in there staring at me like, hey, why don't you try something yummy? It's going to happen. It has to happen at some point. Ow. I got my 12-pack in the mail yesterday. Oh, my God. Please do let me know what you think. I am very interested to hear what you have to say about it. All right. Very, very interested to hear what you have to say about it.
Welcome back. Like prepared.
You shut your lips. Wonder what the health benefits are? Not good. It's 170 calories. What else is in this? I should have looked before I opened the bottle, but it's too late. We're already here. 0 fat, 0 saturated fat, no trans fat. Okay. It's got some sodium in there, though. Sugar. Not good. Not good. Not good. First time seeing this live. Oh, I'm so glad you're here for it. Oh, thank the heavens. No fat. No, but it's got sugar and, you know, yeah. Great post-op workout drink. Oh, man. This was like the one. I think this is the one that's like a cardboard box. Why is it orange? It's not even orange, man. It's hard to describe. Like the color, I guess it's kind of close to what's on stream, but like it's almost got like a light salmon color to it. Like peachy. Peachy is probably closer. I think peachy is probably a really good definition of like if you were to turn this into like a fruit. Take the color. What fruit is it? Peachy. I heard that it's good chemicals. Could be good for you. I'm just trying not to think about it. Yeah. Oh, trust me. I'm not like a health fanatic or anything like that. When I do try to eat well, I do try to eat like good stuff for you. But I have zero problems eating like trash. My wife and I recently went to New York and did a pizza crawl. So yeah, we have no problems with that at all. Good chemicals. I have nothing to chase this with. All right. All right. I guess I got a little bit of something to chase it with. Cheers. Oh, it's so crispy. It's better than the pumpkin one. I'll give it that. Not much better, though. Oh, made my eyes water. Oh, it just makes me so sad. Holy night. What doesn't kill you make you stronger, but in this case, your stomach. Sure. Oh, I think chugging. Yeah, well, and it's cold. And it's a cold drink as well, so that's not really helping my case, but I'd much rather do it that way than warm. Oh my God. Lukewarm? No shot. Can you do the whirlwind spin? I've never tried. You're talking about the thing where you spin it around and make it go down like a funnel? I've never tried. Oh, doesn't feel great. No, we do not have a gross soda emote. No, we don't. Pepto time. You know what's funny? So my car's getting fixed. And in the meantime, I was given a rental. And the rental, it was I've been dealing with car issues, and my God. The rental I got was so nice, but then all of a sudden I found a slow leak in the tire. I'm like, bro, why is this happening? So I take it in. They were like, yeah, you could go get it. I'm like, I'm not going to go. Like, don't give me a chore. Like, so then I'm going to go wait at the tire place so they can go replace the tire that you guys gave me a slow leak. And also the coolant was almost empty. So I go, they're like, you could just like, we just come in and we'll trade you like a different vehicle. I'm like, that's fine, man. I just need something to get me moving. I don't care. Um, so I go in there and they're like, the only thing we have available is vans. I'm like, honestly, dude, at this point, I don't care what it is. So I get like, yeah, that's the only thing that's clean right now. So then I come home, I open up one of like the little like under thingies in the middle console, like the behind one with the cups. There's mini diapers and Pepto in there. I'm like, what do you mean by clean? What are we talking about? Literally, like, general rule of thumb, open all areas and look for stuff. Obviously did not happen. My God. Yeah. Thank God. Yeah. Diapers and Pepto. I'm like, ugh, they must have had Taco Bell. It's like, listen, I am not a neat freak. I'm not that worried about it. Like, you could look, if you were in my room, you'd see it's not like a neat freak kind of thing, but still, come on now. Were they clean? They were not used diapers just sitting inside, just basting inside of a door. Oh my God. The Talk About Parasite be hitting different. I think we're past that at this point. I think. I'm not even sure. Yeah. Then they find the tiniest scratch and they're like, as they give me a vehicle full of feces and chemicals and Peptos. Found sunglasses, beef jerky, and like 2 rolls of quarters. Oh, dude, what's up? Was it a wrapped beef jerky? Like not open yet? That sounds great. Do they not clean their cars when they get they are supposed to. I have a feeling they just had a bad few days. And like the guy, when I got there, they were very shorthanded. Very shorthanded. That dude was not having a good day. Do I have the kinetic hat and Phasmo? In the game, yes. Yes, I do. Yeah. Okay, I don't think the Pepto was for the baby. I have a feeling it was for the parent that was trying to deal with things that were happening with their life. I'm guessing. Wolf, thank you for the subs. Thank you. I got to remember to do that today. I have to remember to do that. I need to sub to peeps so I can get the badges. I got to remember to do this. Open beef jerky. That's worse. That's worse. All right, let's prep to raid, friends. If you're not in my Discord already, the Discord link is there. The socials are there. My boyfriend's work truck recently was leaking gas tank because the strap fell off and he pulled over, spilled into the canal. Company had to pay 10 grand. Oh my Lanta. Oh no. Got your hat. Let's go. That's awesome. Yeah. So I'm hoping that my vehicle will be fixed and whatnot in the next few days. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I saw the badges and knew I wanted them. I saw it pop up on a stream earlier today. So I was like, all right, I got to get on that. I need to subscribe. I need to gift 2 subs to somebody so I can get the badges too. Yeah. I don't know. I don't normally go for badges, but there's a few that I'm like, okay, I wouldn't mind having that. And it also helps somebody. So that's not a bad idea either. Raven, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you guys so much for the day, man. I'm going to be live tonight. So if you guys are looking to come back, if you're looking to continue earning your badge, if you want to just be here for the stream, I will be live later tonight. So we'll be doing more Phasmos. So you'll be able to earn your drops then again as well. Okay. But for now, let us go raid. Let us go raid. Thank you, friends. I appreciate you. No, the time does not restart. No. For drops, absolutely not. It is collective. So if you watch for 5 minutes and then 2 days later you start watching again, you already have 5 minutes locked in and then the time continues. Yeah, you're good. And guess TCG, thank you so much for the subs, man. Thank you. I can't stop coughing. I need to figure that out. It must be the drinks. I think it's the sodas. Well, I'm not as hungry, I guess, now. Appetite's definitely shifted. Try to pop in while doing the closing stuffs. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. How do I see what the drop is? Well, I can't show you right now, but if you go to twitch.tv/drops, you can see the active campaigns as well. You need more? Do I, though? Do we need more? Do we? We can shift to something else, you know? Like, oh no, he's got to spin the Hot Pocket wheel and try a Hot Pocket. Oh no. What do we do? See you leftover. Have a good one, man. Catch you all on the flippity flop. Pizza wheel, let's go. I'm down. A Hot Pocket wheel sounds kind of awesome. Like, can I contact Hot Pockets and get like sponsored or something? Let's go. Hot sauce wheel? No, no shot. That ain't for me. No, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I already have spicy stuff on that wheel. I am not a big spice guy. Pepper wheel? Like green peppers and stuff? Spicy? They probably, I guarantee they have spicy ones. I guarantee it. I just maybe haven't seen them or tried them. Yeah. That'd be cool though. I'm not against it. Not against it. Man in the White Brimmed Hat, thank you so much for the gifted. Miss Hightower, thank you for the subs, dude. Try the different mixed ranch dressing. Ugh. No fun. They're all. Oh, I got you. An M&M color wheel. What is happening? But if you have serious suggestions, if you really do, if you have serious suggestions, please, I have a suggestion channel in Discord. Do not hesitate. Do not hesitate to put them in there. Are you planning on prestiging later? I might because the update is coming in like 10 days, 11 days that we're getting the quality of life update. And that's a long time between now and then with no progress towards the levels. So it's like, do I spend that 10 days trying to grind away and level up? I might. Never seen it. I might prestige tonight. So I think that's going to be the plan. Yeah. That could be the way to do it. What do you get when you prestige? Usually from prestige 1 to prestige 20, you unlock ID cards, you unlock from 1 to 10, you unlock loadout slots. Hopefully in the future we'll get different things. But for now, after 20, you don't get anything special. We're hoping that you get ID cards maybe down the road. Maybe they're going to add more ID cards like for prestige 25 or prestige 30 or something. I don't know. I think they will. I think that they're going to do that. It's just we don't know when. So might as well go ahead and make use of it. We can prestige basically forever. So tis the plan. All right. Let us preps to get out of here, friends. But like I said, I'll be live again later tonight at 8:30. If y'all want to come chill with me, then please do. Oh, we're going to go see oh, you know what? I haven't rated him in a while. I haven't rated this young lad in a while. We're going to go say hi to a friend. Time! Forever and ever and ever. Time, how are you, friend? I hope it's I hope it's getting cooler in your house. I was lurking the one stream the one day you were talking about how hot it was. You literally couldn't even have the cam on. Milestone prestige badges would be awesome. That could be cool. I like that a lot. That's a cool idea. 96. Ugh, I'm sorry. I hope that it starts to feel better, man. It's hot here too. I'm very grateful. I have a fan, by the way, in my stream room. This fan is literally this far away. My hand is literally on the fan. That's how far I keep this because it gets warm in here. Yeah. So I feel that. I definitely feel that. Sadie, thank you for the follow. Ready for summer to go away. I love the fall. The fall is my favorite time of year. Don't have anything. Oh, time. I'm sorry. Dude, at that point, if it was me, I'd be like, I'm not even going to be home. I'm literally going to a different location to go where they have AC. Shirt's cool. Thank you. Freaking bats. Love freaking bats. My system puts out so much heat. Yeah. Yeah. Especially with some of these games running. Mine does the same thing. It pumps out a lot of heat. So it definitely helps to shut it down if you have the ability to do so. My house has AC, just not my streaming room. Oh man, is there no way to pump AC in there? I know for our basement, we had to like finagle some stuff and like get it it's like kind of split it. I got to keep the door closed due to the kittens. I gotcha. So no airflow can get in. Way to go, kittens. Well, I hope the kittens are doing well too. Chesney, listen here, bucko. I swear to God. Coach, we are literally at the edge. Coach, don't you bruh me. How was your stream, friend? How was the dibbidis? Hello. Bag of ice behind the fan is not a bad idea at all. If you have a fan, or a fan, yeah, if you have anything to blow air in there, putting a bag of ice on the back of it does help. It really does. Hi, LD. The edge of glory? It could be. It could be. No, we're about to get food, dude. After I just got done chugging that disgusting crap. Have you ever made a swamp cooler? What the hell's a swamp cooler? I was like, hurry, let's all. Coach, I appreciate you. We need to get in the game soon. I know we talk about it. Excited for the update? I'm glad you are. So we definitely need to play soon because we have the quality of life update coming on the 25th of this month. And they're going to be adding a lot of cool stuff. There's a ghost behind you. There's no ghost. A lot of people think there's one, but they're really confused. It's okay. Yeah. I miss playing games with you too, Fran. I don't think I can't. I was going to do DahliaCon this weekend. I need to message her back because I can't. I don't have the ability to. My dog is going nuts. Stoked for the restricted. I am too. Yes. Restricted high school, restricted prison, restricted Point Hope. Yeah. Yeah. I am also excited. Yes, sir. You sure? I'm fairly, yeah. I mean, it's my house. I know if there's a ghost here or not. A foam cooler filled with water and ice and a fan. Oh, I have heard of that. Oh, okay. It blows out cold air. I've heard of that before. I've seen people that make those and they even have like the tube coming out of it. So that way they can blow the air in different directions or whatever. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Are your glasses just clear? Or do you have the same ones Chesney and I? They're just clear. I don't have the, whatever. I forget what you guys call it with the things on the front. I don't have that. Look behind you. There's nothing there. Dude, there's nothing here. Would restricted work for APOC? Probably. No. You mean like Sunny Meadows? No, you have to do the full. And they're inexpensive to put together. Sounds pretty cool. Pair eyewear. That's what it is. Play with my wife. I want to play prison or the school, but it's way too big. Well, the restricteds will be good, man. Sending a screenshot of my horror toppers I got. Comment. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you again, Coach. Friends, if you came in with Coach, I appreciate you. We're about to go raid ourselves, and we're about to go raid a mutual friend, if you will, if I may, if we must. Yeah. But thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys so much for all the love today. You guys are freaking amazing. We are literally less than 20 away from the monthly, and it is not halfway through the month. Obligatory hello. Hello, Kamara. How are you? Sad sending. Oh, I appreciate you, TCG. Yeah, I need to get the foods and then do work stuff, work related things. And then after that, then tonight I'll be streaming. Tonight I'll be streaming for sure. Mr. Doc. Hello, sir. Doc, that game was fun yesterday, man. I can't wait to play it again. That was a blast. Had such a good time. Pop! Ray Train. That was a freaking blast. We played this multiplayer like murder style game, Machine Party or whatever it's called. First time I played yesterday was on Doc stream. It was great. Had a blast. There were some things I was good at. There were some things I was terrible, but we had a blast. Do you expect anything else? You good? No, you good people. No, you all are good people. Coach is good people. Doc is good people. All of these amazing people. So funny, dude. It was great. That was a blast. What time tonight? 8:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. Get out all those murder urges. Hey, I don't have murder urges. Doc is your spirit animal? Good. As he should be. As he is probably many. So Ray-Van played yesterday for the first time with Doc and Chiba and Epic, and Ray-Van won. And then I jumped in to fill the spot. I've never played before also. Jumped in, played with Doc, Chiba, Epic, also won. so Raven and I are part of the First Timers Club. So if anybody else wants to join them for like to be their fourth and see if they can win as well. Listen, half of it's by luck. Half of it at least. But man, the mini game style of it though was great. It's like a very murderous version of Fusion Frenzy from like Xbox, but like back in the original days, you know? Such good stuff. Yetting, thank you for the 27 months. Potato, thank you so much. NTF, Mac. Nazmi, thank you so much for the follows, friends. Thank you. I'm basically an NPC. We're all NPCs, Doc. It's okay. I loved Fusion Frenzy. Loved it. I would love to get an original Xbox. That would be cool. I don't have an original. I have a 360. What game? Machine Party. After stream, check your DMs. I shall. I shall indeed, friend. I shall. All right. Let us go raid. We're going to go raid a mutual, actually, a mutual to Chesney and myself. We're going to go say hi to Wolfen. Wolfen's a homie. Wolfen has been playing. Wolfen plays lots of stuff, but has been getting into back into Phasmo again as of recent. So we're going to go say hi. And he's got a really awesome multicolored beard right now. So yeah. I'm going to need ideas if we reach the monthly about ideas of what to do for the extended, because I don't know. I will not be doing a sexy goth Flash, just to be clear. That will not be happening. I already am a sexy goth Flash. So leave it alone. All right, friends. I hear the raid messages. If you are a follower, that's yours. If you're a sub, that's for you. Creepy tier 3, that is for you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. I love you all. I will see you guys later tonight for more Phasmos, more funs. Bye. No, I'm not doing it. I promise. I'm not doing it. No, leave it alone. Just drop it. Just drop it. Just drop it. Appreciate you, friends.